scary stories.
Last year I went out of state for my first year of college to school in India. The first week I formed many friendships, and one of those was with a boy who would end up becoming my stalker. He was fairly normal at the start, and I genuinely enjoyed his company as well as his roommates, and we became quite close. Spending a lot of time together, soon I had developed friendships with other people, and he became a part of my friend group. About a month into knowing him, I started to get a feeling that he liked me more than a friend. I still acted normal around him because I did not want to draw attention to it because the feeling wasn't mutual, and I did not want to ruin our friendship. One night about 3 months into school, everything changed. This night all of my friends came to my dorm room to drink before they went to a party. I had told my friends that they could drink in my room, but I did not want to go out because I was very upset by a hurricane that was hitting my town in Florida. All of my friends were supportive of this, except my soon-to-be stalker. Throughout the time he was in my room, he was making jokes about how dramatic I was being, and even when everyone else told him to stop, he wouldn't let up. Finally, everyone is ready to leave to go to the party. My stalker is the last to exit my room before going. He tells me that he cares about me and that if I change my mind and decide to go out, or if I need anything, that I should text him, which I found strange given his previous behavior, but I figured he had come to his senses and was attempting to be a good friend. A couple of hours after my friends leave, I get a text from another friend telling me to come help our one friend out who is too drunk and is vomiting. So I change and walk to her building. Upon arriving, I find out she is fine now and that they put her into her bed. I go outside of their building and cry about what's happening at my home on the steps by myself. I get a text from my stalker asking if I had changed my mind. In that moment, I was sad, and I figured if I went out with them and drank, maybe I would feel better. I tell him where I am and ask if the group wants to meet up. He says that they will come, but arrives alone. He suggests we hang out in my room, but I told him I want to go to see the group. He didn't seem to be too happy with this, but I call one of my other friends to see where they are, and we go to another dorm building where they are drinking. When we get inside, we have a hard time figuring out which room they are on and what floor they are in. My stalker is visibly drunk at this point and pushes me into one of the connecting suites that is vacant. He begins to make fun of me again for being upset and is very touchy. I push him off of me and tell him to stop. We finally find one of our friends, and that friend tells us that we can meet him in his room and he has alcohol there. My stranger suggests that we go to his room instead because he's in a fight with one of the other guys and does not want to see him. I believe this and I agree. When we get to his room, we are greeted by his roommate and a bunch of his roommate's friends. My stalker grabs my backpack with his alcohol and says we should go to my room and our friend group can meet up with us, so we do. My dorm had 2 beds in it, and my stalker sits down on one of them I sleep on, so I decide to sit on the other one. He puts on a movie, and everything is normal at first. I immediately begin texting my one friend, whose room everyone was in, and tell him to bring our friends over to my room. My friends were all drunk at this point, and everyone I texted wasn't making sense. My stalker then gets into the same bed as me and lays beside me. I immediately feel uncomfortable and start rapidly texting my friends and tell them he is acting strange and that they need to come now. He sees I'm on the phone a lot, so my stalker grabs my phone from me and tells me I need to take a 10-minute break from the phone. During this point, he becomes very touchy and suggests we try this trick with my jewel where he exhales into my mouth, to which I reject. I tell him it has been 10 minutes and that he needs to give me my phone back, but he denies knowing what I am talking about. I stand up and move to the other bed because I feel uncomfortable. He gets up and moves as well. I sit at the very end of the bed opposite of him and demand my phone. He continues to play dumb. Instead, he moves closer to me and tries to playfully touch me. I've had enough at this point and tell him that he needs to give me my phone right now, and that it isn't funny anymore. He tells me he needs to go to the bathroom. While he's in the bathroom, I grab my laptop and I iMessage one of my friends to come to my room ASAP and to tell them that he is being very creepy and I need their help. Once he returns, he tells me right away that he wants to level with me and that he thinks that we should hook up. I had been making it very clear the entire time that I did not want that, and I thought that he would be able to read my body language in this situation and realize I was very clearly uncomfortable. I tell him no and that I just want to be friends and not ruin the friendship. He doesn't listen. He comes over to me and starts playfully grabbing me, and when I push him off and tell him to stop, he pushes me down onto the bed and tries to come over me. He grabs my legs and pulls me into him. I was thankfully sober and was able to kick him away from me, and I get up and run into the hallway. He doesn't leave my room and begins to insult me and tell me he never wanted to be my friend and only wanted to sleep with me, and that guys and girls can never be friends. It always has to lead to something more. He then says that he would never date me and that I'm too emotionally unstable for him, and a slew of other insults. One thing that he said that especially scares me is that he was raised to take whatever he wants, no matter what, when defending his actions. I did not know what to do, and I just started yelling and crying at him to leave my room. He refuses and then makes fun of me for crying. At this point, he still has my phone and won't give it back or leave. I threaten to call the campus police on him if he does not leave, and he finally agrees. After that night, he texted me every day for a week trying to talk to me, and one of my friends told him to listen to what he had to say, so I do. He ended up confessing his love for me and told me that he still thinks we cannot just be friends, even after I said multiple times that that is all we could ever be, and ultimately told him I think that we need to stop talking. All of my other friends knew what had happened and dropped him as well. He spent months trying to talk to me and became completely obsessed. I would still hang out with his roommates, but I would only go to their room when he wasn't there, on the few occasions where he would come in, and he would later text me paragraphs about how immature I was being for ignoring him. Finally, I said we could try to be civil and just be acquaintances to be nice, but that led to him getting very mad at me for still acting uncomfortable around him and never wanting to hang out with him. At this point, every time I would see him, he would blow up my phone and text me nonstop about being fake towards him and that I needed to get over myself. I finally blocked him. After doing this, he got very angry. He would show up where I was all of the time and just stare at me. His roommates would tell me that he talked about me every night basically for the rest of the school year. He would try to ask them things about what I was doing and who I was hooking up with. He would go up to my close girlfriends all of the time and ask what he could do to fix things with me. He tried to fight a guy who expressed he was interested in taking me out on a date. A few months ago, after the incident, he made up an excuse to come to my door almost every day. He started trying to talk to me in the hallways. He would offer me his things and even bought me a Christmas present. The last few months of school, he told his roommate that his goal was to sleep with me before graduation and that he thinks I want him, and I am just playing games with him. I in no way want him or make it seem as if I want him. The only way I act towards him is completely disgusted. Even over the summer, he has been texting his roommates about me. All of my friends tell me that he is stalking me and recognize that the way I am acting is in no way asking for his attention. I go back to school in the middle of August, and he will be there. He will be living in a frat next year, so I don't have to worry about him being on my floor, but he still worries me. I think something is very wrong with him emotionally or mentally, and not just because of the way he's acted towards me, just in general. I don't want anything to happen to myself or anyone else, and I think I should do something about it. Looking back on that night, I would say his behavior and the things he said were very rapey, and that the people who think if I want something I should take it no matter what are at a higher risk to sexually assault someone. I play a lot of online games, and throughout the years I have met weird ones, but this one takes the cake. Jake was reporting for Twitch and got into a game with me and my friend Shay. We had won the match and played more. He seemed cool, so I sent him a friend request and we played more after that. He seemed very nice, if not timid. It wasn't too long after we started talking more. He confessed to being a sick kid and getting a Make-A-Wish from it. I felt bad and confessed I was also a sick kid, and still sick now, but not to that level. And it felt nice to talk to someone who understands chronic illness. Because of mine, I started playing online less, and didn't think too much of it. I got back on, and my message box was filled by Jake. I talked to him about it, and he claimed to be worried, and I told him not to worry because I had family and my boyfriend helping me when things got bad. As soon as I mentioned my boyfriend, he started getting passive aggressive and saying things like, "A good boyfriend could take that pain away, you know." I brushed it off because my friend circle was kind of small and didn't want to lose anyone for small things. Less than a week after, he finds out he was in the hospital for suicide, and he called me from the hospital, which normally is understandable, but I had never given him my phone number. When I asked, he mulled over the question and went on how he couldn't live without me and could treat me better than my boyfriend. I asked again, but he continued how he was scared to be kept there, and how if I told him I'd be there, he would get better. In that moment, I promised I would be honest if he was honest on how he got my number. As you can imagine, that got him to talk. He had back searched my username through Google and found my Tumblr because I had used the same name, then found my Facebook, then my mother's, and got my full name and looked it up, getting my number along with my address. I was stunned and hung up, blocking the number he'd called me with. I blocked him through everything but Facebook because I never knew his real name. All I can say is that I hope we never meet again. So this happened in 2000, when I was like 13 or 14, but my aunt only told me the full story recently, and it's absolutely terrifying. When I was a teenager, my favorite aunt used to pick me up after school to babysit her 3 boys while she went to work part-time. She'd recently separated from her husband, so I was helping out pretty much every day at this point. We had a routine. We'd eat dinner and play in the yard until the sun went down. But one day she told me not to take the boys out at all. She then launched into this whole safety lecture, and I thought it was weird. Fast forward about a week, and I come over one day to a security company installing an alarm system in the house. My aunt tells me to come in the kitchen. She tells me that for weeks she's been finding cigarette butts and food wrappers in the bushes, and that she heard a cough in the bushes, so she went outside to investigate. She found a guy squatting there, face pressed against the window, and proceeded to lose her shit. He snarled at her and said,
"Bitch, I'm not looking at you. I'm looking for that pretty babysitter of yours,"
before running off. She called the police, but they didn't catch him, and kept patrolling the neighborhood for a while after. Eventually she calmed down, and things returned to normal. We were allowed to play in the yard again after a few weeks, and I forgot all about it. Last week the story came up at a family barbecue, and my aunt got really quiet and pale. She said that there was more to the story, and since I'm 30 now, I should probably hear the rest. It turns out, a guy matching the description she had given the cops was arrested about a week later for assaulting a teenage girl in an apartment complex 1 block from her house. It's terrifying to think this piece of shit excuse for a human had been watching me for who knows how long, and what he was planning to do, and what he did to someone else. 15 years ago, I had the misfortune of meeting Dave. I was new to riding the bus, and when my first day came, I hopped on and took a seat towards the front. I didn't happen to know anyone on the route and sat by myself with headphones in, rocking some now classic Good Charlotte. Back then, I didn't get much attention from the opposite sex, but I could feel eyes burning into the back of my head. I turned a couple of times to look behind me, and that's when I saw Dave. He had light eyes, brown curly hair, and quickly looked away every time I caught him staring. This went on for about a week before he finally said something to me. He told me I had nice hair, and he liked my band t-shirts. He asked right off the bat if I would be his girlfriend. I said absolutely not. I did not even know him, and his creepy staring made me so uncomfortable. He brushed past my quick no and told me there was a newly instituted hug toll that needed to be paid before getting on and off of the bus. I stared at him as he blocked the center aisle and gave him a half-hearted, one-armed hug. I know. Why would you hug the guy when you felt like he was a creep? Well, I had pointed him out to a few people in school, and everyone I talked to said that he was the nicest person they had ever met, and just a bit of an odd duck. Back then, I was worried about hurting everyone's feelings or being seen as rude, so I went with it. I have brothers on the spectrum, maybe he was too. Next thing I know, Dave had joined my photography classes. My after-school programs, I saw him around every corner, and in every hallway of the school. He started popping up from behind things to try and hug and tickle me. Meanwhile, everyone just kept going with the chorus of, "He's a super sweet guy," and just an odd duck bullshit. When I found out he was telling people I was his girlfriend, I knew I needed to put my foot down. It was around this time I became unwilling to pay the hug toll and feed his delusions. That's when things really took a turn. Suddenly, anonymous notes were popping up in my locker. Most of the notes said always and nothing else. Some had longer declarations of love, but the always ones got me the most. The simplicity of the message gave me chills. Always. I knew it. I knew it had to be Dave. My suspicions were confirmed when pictures of me began showing up along with the notes. The pictures were all taken from a slight distance and clearly without my knowledge. They were black and white and developed on the same type of paper we used in photo class. I knew it had to be Dave. Who else would be doing this? I finally got scared one Saturday afternoon. As I was watching TV in my bed, I heard Dave's voice next to my bedroom window. He said he watched me walk home one day to see where I lived and wanted to stop by for a visit. He said he knew I wouldn't let him in, so he just figured he'd just stop by my window to talk. How he knew which window was mine was a thought that chilled me even more. The way this was escalating, I knew I needed to get an adult involved. My mom thought I was exaggerating. He was just young and infatuated and hormonal, according to her. She acknowledged the notes and the pictures as weird, but nothing other than some serious infatuation. So I went to an instructor at the school I knew and laid it all out on the table. Mr. K had also had Dave as a student and noticed some of his quirks and obsessive behavior and didn't doubt my story for a moment. He spoke to Dave's guidance counselor, and they both sat down with Dave, and I assumed told him he was making me uncomfortable and to stop. This pissed Dave right off. He stormed up to me in the lobby of the school with a glass rose in his hand and threw it at the wall behind me. It shattered, and he screamed in my face about how I had broken his heart, just like the rose. A few teachers broke up the situation. A few days later, he dropped out of school, and I went 8 years without seeing Dave. 8 years later, I was craving some mac and cheese, as one does, and hit up a popular spot in town to grab some to go. I looked behind the counter, and there's Dave. I had no idea he was working there and debated leaving for a moment. I decided to stay in line to get my food. High school was so long ago. I hadn't heard from him since that day in the lobby. Surely this guy could not still have this obsession with me. It was a huge relief when another register opened and a young woman could take my order. I wondered if maybe he was even mortified and didn't want to interact with me, and had her open. Wrong again. He seemed to take my visit to his work as a sign that I was ready to love him. At least, that's what I've been told since. I got a friend request from him that night and immediately deleted the request. A few nights later, I'm getting home and walking across the street when I see that someone is standing on the side of my house, opposite the door, in the shadows. I haul ass into the house, lock everything, and watch. It's so dark out. But I turn on the lamppost out front and hope to God I was just imagining things. Then I see him. He slinks from the side of the house, trying to stay in the shadows, and runs across the street and towards the house he grew up in. Unfortunately for him, I saw his stupid curly brown hair. I called the police and reported this, but of course, there wasn't much they could do. There was no proof he hadn't approached me or tried to get in. It couldn't be proven it was him. They did agree to keep someone on lookout in the area, and I saw police patrolling more than usual the following nights. Eventually the police patrol died down, and that's when the late night knocking began. I could hear it softly on windows and occasionally on the door, but never dared to answer or get close enough to look. It wasn't every night, maybe 2 or 3 nights a week. The police never seemed to be close enough in the area when it happened to catch him. A couple of weeks after the knocking began, I received an envelope wedged into my screen door. It was full of the creepy, candid pictures from high school, and another note that said always. I had enough and didn't know what to do. I went out to my car to drive everything down to the police. I don't care if I couldn't prove it was him. I just wanted to have some official record of what was happening to me. That's when I saw the word always carved into my back bumper. I lost it, breaking down in heavy sobs as I drove to the police station. Again, all they could do was take a report. But I decided on another course of action. In my rage, I took a picture of the police station sign and of the report being filed. I sent them to Dave over Facebook Messenger. I told him to leave me the hell alone, that the police were involved and he didn't want to ruin his life this way. He simply responded, "You're right," and disappeared. I have since heard he stalked a widow shortly after her husband had died, pounding on her windows and doors, trying to break in, until she screamed out of a top window that she was calling the police. I can only begin to imagine how she felt trying to grieve her husband and deal with Dave's obsessive ways. You may now find yourself wondering if the mac and cheese was worth it. The answer is no. Dave, let's not meet again.
This happened about 12 years ago. I was 14. My sister was 16. We were traveling with my parents and stopped at a motel right inside the Kentucky state line. It was across the road from a shopping center. Knowing there were a few hours of daylight, we asked my parents if we could go check out the stores. Being in a place that we had never been made them hesitate. But it was right there. We were pretty protective of each other already, and it's the middle of the day business shopping center. We were there for a while, 10 minutes before we decided it sucked and headed back to the room. Once we reached the parking lot, we went behind the first building, knowing our room was behind the other side of the second building. Planned on immediately going behind both buildings at once, but there were a lot of cars leaving at once, and it was the easiest way to get out of the way. A truck passed and dropped someone off at his room. There might have been conversation, but we weren't paying attention. The truck started driving super slow when it had sped into the lot before. Okay, maybe he saw people walking and decided to slow down. I noticed, but it didn't send up any red flags. We walked about 50 feet and he's still driving slow, still behind us. A red flag starts waving in my mind. I peek over to my sister, and yeah, she looks a bit concerned. We picked up the pace just a bit, knowing we were still a few hundred feet and around the building from our room. He starts saying something like, "Hey, my buddy wants to know if you guys want to party." While he was talking, we both looked back at each other, saw the guy in the truck looking right at us, and his friend walking about halfway to us from his room. Sister cut off "Nope," and took off running, reached the room and slammed into it. Dad opened it right as the truck tore out behind us, jumbled through what happened to my parents, never seen my dad so freaked out. Called the cops, they checked the cameras and got the license plate number. Cops took our number, said they'd tell us if they caught him. They caught him a week or so later on unrelated charges. I think he got 5 years for everything.
When I was a sophomore in college, I lived in a small but beautiful historic studio apartment in a small East Coast city that had somewhat of a reputation for crime and danger. However, the neighborhood I lived in was actually considered one of the good neighborhoods. It was close to the city's university and was mostly students living there, especially on the street my building was on. My building was a huge 4-story townhouse, if you can really call it that. It was really a mansion as a whole, built in 1895. The architecture was really awesome. Built-in bookshelves and huge mahogany pocket doors that slid into the walls. Anyway, the building wasn't exactly in mint condition, and my landlord was pretty lazy. He would always come by and check up on things, and would make promises to get stuff fixed, but never really got around to doing much of anything. The apartment I was renting was on the first floor, my front door immediately on the left as you walked in the building's door to the street. This door, the building's front door, which from the street opened to a small lobby area with only one door in it, mine, and a staircase to the other apartments upstairs, was huge and heavy and was never locked. In fact, you couldn't even lock it, and it didn't even close all the way, so basically the door to the apartment was open to the street. I asked my landlord countless times to please do something about the front door, but he never did anything. Well, one night I was getting home from work, and it was very late, about 3:45 a.m., and I was just sitting on my couch watching a little TV before I went to bed. I had also gotten totally stripped down, something I truly loved being able to do considering I lived alone. Anyway, not even 10 minutes since I had gotten home and sat down, I hear 3 slow knocks at my door. I'm thinking, who would be at my door at this hour? What could they possibly want? Why didn't I hear the building front door open like I normally do? Young and naive, I was half scared and half intrigued. I put on a robe and slowly crept towards the door, which, by the way, was literally right next to the couch where I was sitting. At this point, my door did not have a peephole, so I just had to kind of take a leap of faith and open the door. When I did, a tall, middle-aged man stood staring down at me with low eyes and a grin. He was wearing all black, many layers, and a big black trench coat. The first thing that he said was, "Can I come in?" With the door barely open, I got a deep pit in my stomach and just went, no man, what's up? He just stared into my eyes for a second, clearly disappointed, and then said, "I see you around," and started to grin again. The pit in my stomach had evolved into a churning sensation, and I was starting to get nauseous. "I've been watching you, and I like the way you look. So, are you gay or bi?" I was just like, "I don't know, but it's late and I'm going to bed. Bye." He kinda nodded and lingered for a second, as did I, watching to make sure I saw him leave the building. Once he did, I closed the door, locked it, and stood with my hand still on the knob for a good minute at least. After I snapped out of my shock, I ran over to my couch and pushed it against the door. I ended up sleeping on the couch that night, even though it was right there. It just made me feel safer, like I could hear if something happened. Well, nothing happened that night. It wasn't until about a week later, on one of my nights off from work, that I was sitting around my apartment, bending down, by myself after I had some friends over drinking and smoking a little bit, as college kids would do. All of a sudden, I hear a weird rattling noise coming from across the room, so I turn off the music I was playing to find out that it was coming from none other than my front doorknob. I looked at it for a second and saw that both the knob and the top lock were jiggling. Someone was trying to get in, like a deer in the headlights. I was just frozen staring at the things wiggling and shake until I started to see the top lock actually bulge and start to turn. I leapt up from my chair and soared to the door, grabbing tightly on the lock and forcefully twisting it back to being locked. The jiggling of the lock and knob stopped for a second because whoever it was clearly knew now that I knew. It was only a second, though, before they just started struggling again and had to use all my might to keep it still. Sweat was dripping down my forehead and my rib cage, and after about 15 seconds of wrestling with this intruder, it suddenly stopped, and I heard the building door open and close, and footsteps run down the stairs of the stoop to the sidewalk. Just like I was before, I was paralyzed with my hands at the door for a good while before I realized I was crying and shaking, and that I needed to call someone. My instinct was to call the police. In hindsight, I regret this for the following reasons. I was having basically a panic attack while I was on the phone with 911 and actually threw up during the call, and I think that's when they decided I was just messed up or something. When the two police got to my apartment, they stood in my doorway as I struggled to recount to them what had happened. As I'm shaking and crying, I notice one point that they're both smirking and laughing, and I say, "What's so funny right now?" One of them goes, "It reeks of marijuana." I was just like, okay, and basically argued with them after that. Long story short, they ended up confiscating a bunch of shit from my apartment and basically turning the whole situation into a little mini drug bust. Although they said they weren't gonna charge me with anything, just took my shit. Nothing about this attempted break-in besides keep your doors locked. I was devastated and felt so helpless. The same scenario happened one more time about 2 weeks from the last time. Only instead of calling the police, I called my dad, who raced down in an hour with a crowbar up his sleeve. Unfortunately, by the time he had gotten there, whoever it was had already left. My dad ended up cussing out my landlord and demanding that he get the door fixed and install a new lock and a peephole on my door. He did make this happen within a reasonable amount of time, and I also got one of those bars you wedge between the doorknob and the floor, as well as an aluminum baseball bat to protect myself with, so I felt a lot better from then on. Needless to say, though, I ended my lease for that apartment a month early and never moved back to that street. I never found out for sure who was trying to pick my locks, and if it was the guy who had come to my door the first time, but whoever it was, let's not meet again. It all started over a year ago. Living in my current small neighborhood, it was unusually hot in our house for October, and my sister figured it'd be a good idea to keep her window open for a bit of air. She was doing her homework and I was getting ready for bed when suddenly she burst into my room. She frantically says that she heard some noises outside. The sound of leaves crunching under a person's steps. I believed it to be an animal, so I walked into her room and stayed there for not more than 5 minutes until I hear leaves crunching. We quickly glance out the window, only to hear the sound of something running away in the woods. But that wouldn't be the end of the story. During the winter, I enjoyed exploring the woods towards the back of my house, climbing trees and traveling further back into the fields. I remember the events very clearly. It had just snowed that night, first snowfall of winter, and I was more than excited to head out there. I did so and climbed to my usual tree to look out. I gave a cursory glance around me and at the ground when I noticed something strange, footsteps leading away from my house. This wouldn't be weird as long as the front steps didn't end pointing straight at my house, and the origin of them came from a seemingly long off start. I tracked them down to a point where there was a rusty wire fence covered in snow where they disappeared. October 2017, it started up again. I was laying in my bed, pitch dark, not a light shining through my room, when I heard it, my doorknob turning and my door creaking open. My heart stopped. Every single possibility of what it was rushing through my mind. Since I was covered by my blanket, I quickly shot my sister a text. "Did you just come in my room?" She replied with a sharp,
"Nah, bro, I'm all the way in Hillard."
My heart began pumping fast. I slowly snuck my hand under my pillow and grabbed my baton, sent a text to my dad and waited. My dad came in mere minutes later with a knife, shot the lights on, and I jumped out of bed, searched the entire house with nothing, alarm set, all doors locked. Impossible. There's no way that happened otherwise. My dad and my mom were asleep, and a cat would have opened it much faster if it had jumped at the doorknob. You best believe I did not sleep a second that night. Fast forward to December. My relatives are in town staying for a week in the basement. We turned on the alarm and all head to sleep. I stayed up gaming. In the morning, around 2:30, 3 o'clock, my uncle slowly opened his eyes. With a feeling of being watched, his eyes adjusted a bit to the dark before he saw it. A guy, average height, scrawny, hair flowing in the wind, and shivering, looking inside their room through the window. My uncle screamed. They grabbed the baby before taking off upstairs. That morning, I was informed what happened. I looked for footsteps, saw only the smallest sign of a footprint, a front toe print made by what could only assume to be a sneaker. My uncle gave me more details without telling me I looked for footprints. He said the guy was leaning to the left, looking in. The footprint matched the story. The left had a thin line of dirt. Anyone could have shimmied across. Now that leads to tonight, the night I could swear he or whatever it was had been in my house. I couldn't sleep. Life has been stressful lately, and I was up pretty much all night until I tried getting rest. Every night, I've had Christmas lights dimly light the room until tonight. I figured the lights must have been interfering with my sleep, so I unplugged them and headed off to sleep. Pillow over my head, I started to drift off until it happened. A quick strum of my guitar and the sound of something falling over, with a desperate attempt to stop it from hitting the ground, filled the room. The sound ignited my heart rate. Saliva developing at extreme speed made it hard not to swallow. I could feel the presence of someone in my room. Realizing I left my baton on my desk, I did the next logical thing: pretend I was asleep. I tried and laid there for what felt like hours, when in reality only a few minutes, until I heard a whimper come from my sister's room. Imagining this may be the day everyone in my family was secretly murdered. But me, I gathered all the courage I had. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and grabbed my baton. I busted into my sister's room and screamed, "Hey!" only to see they were unharmed. My sister asked what the hell I was doing, and just stood there, looked into the pitch black of my room and cried. I have never in my life felt the overwhelming emotion of believing my family was going to be taken from me until today. I sit here in my chair, writing this in hopes to document my experiences and try to come to some logical conclusion. All I can come up with is that there is some guy stalking my family, perhaps sneaking into our rooms at night. If anything else happens, I'll post it to this thread.
So this happened when I was 9 years old during the summer. I grew up living with my parents and younger sisters, and our house was situated on a cul-de-sac. At the end of our cul-de-sac, there were a row of hedges with an opening at either end that led out to a huge field that had a tennis court, a playground, and a long pathway. This is relevant for later. Everybody that lived on our cul-de-sac knew each other pretty well. There were also a few kids my age, so I spent most of my free time playing outside on the grass with them. It's also worth noting that it was absolutely forbidden for any of us to venture out beyond the hedges without an adult, because our parents would not be able to see us from their houses. So one late afternoon, there were 5 of us sat on the grass chatting. It was pretty rare for someone that didn't live on the cul-de-sac to pass through, so it caught my eye when I saw a man making his way hurriedly along the pathway closest to my house. He had a scowl on his face and stared directly at us the entire time he was walking past. There was just complete silence between us until we walked through the hedge opening, and I could tell by the other kids' faces they too felt uneasy about him. We then immediately asked each other if anybody knew or had seen him before. None of us had. It was quickly forgotten about, and soon enough, each of our mothers had called us in for dinner. Around 10 minutes after we had finished dinner, I was in the kitchen helping my mom with the dishes. Our kitchen had a large window that faced out onto the grass outside, so I was taken aback when the same guy walked past again, in the same hurried manner, with the same scowl, this time staring directly into our kitchen. He had walked past. I gasped and told my mom that weird man was staring at us earlier. She looked up at him walking past, but didn't see anything until he immediately walked past in the opposite direction, again staring at us as he walked past. I yelled, "Mom!" and pointed straight at him. She saw him and ushered me out of the kitchen, saying something along the lines of, "Don't be silly. He's probably looking for someone." I went upstairs to get washed and ready for bed, the entire time feeling a bit freaked out by him. From then onward, I started spotting him at least weekly standing outside our local places, such as the post office, our local convenience store, etc. Each time I saw him, he was alone and not really ever doing much, just standing and looking around. I was always in my mom's car when I saw him, so I just ducked and kept out of his vision whenever I saw him. There were no more direct encounters, so I figured he was probably new to the area, and over time my nervousness of him lessened. Fast forward to winter. I was at school and playing on the playground during our lunch break. Towards the top end of the playground was a padlocked gate that was about 8 feet tall and about 4 feet wide. It was rarely ever used, so it caught my attention when my vision raced past the gate and I caught a shadow standing there. I did a double take, and it was the man. He was pressed right up against the gate with both hands leveled, with his head gripping the bars, staring straight at me. I freaked the hell out and started screaming and hysterically crying, and made a run for it into the school building. One of the lunchtime supervisors, who also happened to live with her kids on our cul-de-sac, saw what had happened and took me straight into the nurse's office. The head teacher, along with a few other teachers, were called into the room and asked what had happened. I was too panicked to say anything outside of, "The man is out there." So the playground supervisor neighbor took over and explained to them. She said she had spotted him a few times on our cul-de-sac and had a bad feeling about him, and had told her kids not to talk to him. The teacher went to another room to look at the footage of the security camera placed on the side gate. After a while, they came back to the nurse's office and decided to call my parents and the police. The decision was made for my parents to pick me up from school early so the police can come to our house and take a statement, and because I was a hyperventilating wreck. On the car journey home, my mom told me that the teachers had said the camera footage showed him standing at the gate and then sprinting away which they figured was because I started screaming and crying. She said it was a good thing because I scared him away, but I was bright for my age, and I knew she was saying that only to comfort me. We meet the 2 police officers at our house, 1 female officer, 1 male officer. They are very friendly and make me feel at ease. Whilst they are asking me all of the relevant questions, they then asked me to describe what he looked like. But being so young, I could only say that he was white, tall, with short brown hair. They pressed for more information, such as tattoos. The only thing that come to mind, that he looked like Dan Sullivan from EastEnders. This was met with instant laughter from both police officers and my parents, with the female officer commenting, "Wow, he must be quite good looking." As soon as she said this, my heart sank. After a while, the police had wrapped up the statement and told us to notify them to any more occurrences with this man. I was grateful for their help, but I could not help but feel like I wasn't being taken seriously by the adults. After this, I stopped seeing the guy around town, and the kids on our cul-de-sac say they don't see him either. Life goes on, and gradually, I regained the confidence to play outside again, both with friends and by myself. A year and a half later, I'm 11 years old, and it's the summertime. My parents had gone away on holiday, so my grandma and my aunt were staying at our house, looking after me and my younger sisters for the week. They were a lot more lenient than my parents and would let us play out for longer. And they even let me play over at the tennis court beyond the hedges. It was around 6 p.m. and was still light out, and I was racing my bike up and down the long path situated in the middle of the large field. I had completely worn myself out, and I was on the part of the path where it forks off near the tennis court, so I just sat on my bike for a while trying to catch my breath, while watching a group of people further down on the field playing cricket. Next thing I know, I hear somebody quietly but loud enough for me to hear it say, "Hey." I looked around, and I could not see anybody close enough that I would have been able to hear. I then hear a whistle, which leads my eyes directly over to an alleyway sandwiched between the hedgerow and the tennis court, and I recognize it to be the man from when I was younger. The sheer shock of seeing him again completely froze me up. I could not move. He steps out of the alleyway with one hand over his crotch area. He then uses the same hand to gesture me to come over, and it's then that I see the top button of his pants and his fly undone. I accept the very worst is most probably about to happen, and I instantly go into panic mode. I know that I need to get to safety ASAP, and I figured out my options. The first option is to head straight down the field to the group of people playing cricket, but I don't know these people, and I don't know if I can rely on them to keep me safe from this man. My second option is to ride my bike as fast as I can down the path past the tennis court, around the corner, and into my cul-de-sac. However, the man is in the alleyway, and if he ran through it, he would easily beat me to the hedge opening to block my way, or catch me if he wanted. I started pedaling like a madman and decided to head to my cul-de-sac. As I turn the corner, I see that he isn't at the end of the alleyway yet, so I bomb it through the hedge opening. I hear him running and saying, "Just come here." So I race down the pathway and make it to my house. The entire time I'm shouting for my grandma and aunt, and the kids playing out on the grass, figuring something is up, and ask what is wrong. I ditch my bike outside my house, go inside and lock the door, and I find my aunt in the kitchen. She's panicked and asks me what's wrong. So I explain everything as fast as I could and say, "We need to call the police." The next thing I know, I hear the kids outside yelling and screaming, "Go away," and calling for their parents. We look outside the kitchen window, and the man is walking past our house looking at me dead in my eyes, completely undeterred by the commotion outside and my aunt standing next to me. He walks out of our line of vision, out of the cul-de-sac and down the road. My aunt tells me to quickly come with her in her car to follow him, so she can at least see if she can follow him to where he lives. I get in the car and sit in the passenger footwell, out of sight. After about 4 minutes of driving, she brakes and asks, "Is that him?" I poke my head up. We are literally outside of one of my best friend's houses. He's standing at an old beaten-up telephone booth that hasn't worked all the time I've known it to be there. He's holding the phone to his ear, but it isn't saying or doing anything. To his right are 3 girls, a little older than I am, sat on a bench chatting away. Oblivious to the man stood silently at a public telephone that doesn't work. My aunt parks her car and says she's going to sit and watch and make sure the girls are okay, and tells me to stay down. After no longer than a minute, my aunt says these girls are getting up, so I poke my head up again, and I see them go on their way. Suddenly the man literally just drops the phone and turns around on the spot to face the girls. Before he can even take a step out of the telephone booth, my aunt starts honking her horn and opening her door to yell at him to go away and leave the girls alone. I see him completely freak out and make a break for it up an alleyway, with which has 2 exits. The girls turn around and try to figure out what's going on, but my aunt pulls away and was headed over to one of the alleyway exits. My aunt tells me to get her phone from her bag to call the police. We get to exit number 1, but he is nowhere to be seen, so we head to exit number 2. Meanwhile, the policewoman on the phone says she is sending for a patrol car to the area and another to our house, so we can give a statement. We get to exit number 2, and again we can't find him anywhere. We decide to head home to meet the police, where I give another statement. The police officers sent this time around take me much more seriously, and after the statement was given, they said they will also spend some time driving around the immediate area looking for the guy. From then on, I did not see the man at all, and nor did my friend. We did not ever receive any type of update from the police, so I never knew what came of the investigation. The situation ended up with me being super protective and paranoid over my younger sisters whenever they were playing outside unsupervised. And I worried that if they were caught up in the same situation, they might not have been as lucky as I am. So scary, weird guy, let's not ever meet again. For anonymous's sake, I'm going to call my friend Blanche. We met during my sophomore year of university. When we ended up taking the same French courses, we hit it off really well, and we ended up going to our campus's French club events. We became best friends. But the thing was, the closer we got, the less I came to be like Blanche. I know it sounds weird, but she would tell me secrets, like how the thought of yellow cake turns her on, and what she would want said cake when she encountered it. I'll spare you the unpleasant details. She expressed these feelings with Asian cuisine as well, so things were really weird. Once we agreed to work on a group project, only for her to literally do nothing, she seemed oblivious as to why I was angry. But I digress. She began copying me in various ways, gestures, tone of voice, siding with my opinion on various topics when she didn't do so before. I ended up switching my major because I guess the upper level classes for my degree weren't in demand like the intro courses. I found out I could study abroad with this degree and applied for a scholarship, but the trip fell through due to low interest. Fortunately, I was allowed to use the money on another student abroad trip of my choice. Blanche suggested to me that I go on the same trip as her and one of our mutual peers. I figured I may as well, since we were still good on terms at this point. One thing you must remember, Blanche went on the study abroad trip before. This is important to know later. In the weeks leading up to the trip, Blanche insisted we drive to the location with the mutual peer I referenced earlier. I asked her what she had packed on her last trip, and she would lie about various aspects. For instance, I asked if we needed to pack cookware, and she insisted we did not need to, but then would say she regretted not doing so last time. It was just a weird thing to lie about. The day we depart arrives, and it's the day before Mother's Day. I had not studied abroad before, so I gave my mom a hug and let her know how to contact me in case of an emergency. As I gave my mom a hug, I see Blanche glaring at my mother. I tell myself I imagined it and just pack my stuff into her older-than-dirt car. As we drive to pick up the mutual classmate, she tells me my mother threatened her when I was away. Now I know this is a lie, not just because my mother isn't a violent person, but I was with Blanche the whole time I was packing. If my mother made a threat, I would have heard it. I told her that she was a liar, and she just blew off my comment. So we pick up the mutual classmate, and he has a hard time hearing us up in the front seat. We try to keep him in the conversation, and he mentions he can't live without technology. I tease him and ask him, so what would happen if we just dumped you in the woods right here, where there's no Wi-Fi or signal? And he laughed and explained he'd be helpless. Blanche takes it one step further. Blanche asked how funny it would be if we just dumped him and we put him in the sex trade and traumatized him for life. Dead silence from us both, but she seemed oblivious. It was an awkward ride. We got to the hotel and I wake up hours before my classmates the next morning. As I mentioned earlier, it was Mother's Day, so I give my mom a call so she knows we made it all right. Halfway through the call, Blanche sends me a text demanding to know where I went. I hear her feet angrily pound against the ground as she approached, so I told my mom I'd call her back later and hang up. Time skipped to when we get to the campus. She immediately ditches me and the classmate to do her own thing, while we aimlessly try to figure out where to go. We had a meeting before to our apartments, but since the classmate and I weren't familiar with the campus, we could not find the building. Minutes before the meeting, Blanche texts me and asked me where we went, and the two of us skated into the meeting with minutes to spare. We caught up with Blanche, and she asked where we went. I explained my phone plan. I was only afforded up to so many texts and couldn't reply. I asked why she ditched us and didn't tell us where we were going. She then lies and says she had neither of our phone numbers, even though she had texted me 10 times prior. At this meeting, we had to pick up 3 classes of our choice for the program that aligned with our interest. I was tired of Blanche at this point, so when I saw her copying my answers, I would change them. When I saw her erase and copy my choices again, I reselected my classes and flipped the paper over. I just needed space from her. The 3 of us go shopping, and Blanche insists we pool our money so we have more spending power. It seemed logical, and since I discovered she lied about having cookware supplied for us, I wanted to buy pots and pans. She tells me there's no need. One of our roommates would loan us hers and suggest we spend 1/3 of our funds on wine. We bought a few frozen meals and pasta and returned to the apartment. I cooked dinner, and we have a ton of leftovers, which I pack up since no one said they wanted any. Blanche asks if she can have some of the leftovers, and I tell her if we still have some on Friday, they're all yours. Not only were my leftovers gone before Friday, but so was all my food that I purchased for myself. I had no more money to go shopping. Blanche then tells my roommates one evening that I had a variety of weapons and was liberal with how I used them. I was horrified and embarrassed. Not only was this a lie, but she seemed to think my displeasure was amusing. She then goes on to tell my roommates she studies psychology, and my mother would frequently consult her for advice on her cases. She then casually suggests that we cook meth in the kitchen. I was horrified, and so were my roommates. I try to laugh it off like a joke, but Blanche is dead serious. I scold her and say that I'm not interested. My mind was made up at this point. We needed a new apartment. At first, the university thinks my request is foolish, to say the least, but when I mention meth, they immediately agree to find a new apartment. So I go back to my apartment to start packing. Blanche got the notice. She was reported for potential drug use, and she's told I'm leaving the apartment. She pushes me into my room and blames one of our roommates for reporting her, and says that this report is why I'm being kicked out of the apartment. I try to convince her our roommate is innocent, but Blanche wasn't about to hear it. So she convinces both of our roommates to go to the main office and demand answers. I keep packing and wash a few loads of dirty clothes. As I climb the stairs back up to the apartment, I run into Blanche and the roommates who are consoling her. The main office told her I reported her. I really wish they had not, because they triggered a monster. Blanche starts violently staring me down, like she's ready to fight. I play it cool when this happens. I realize she owes me the money because she won't be giving me a ride home. I take the money and switch apartments. I thought this was the end, but I was way off the mark. This wasn't even the trip. This wasn't even the tip of the iceberg. Each week, the university had mandatory meetings in which they would take us on field trips of sorts for cultural immersion. Blanche would always sit in the meetings where I could see her and would stare at me for the duration of these meetings, with my roommates babying her like she was a scorned saint. At the end of each meeting, everyone had to sign up for a trip that we discussed at the meeting. Blanche would stand immediately behind me in lines and sign up for the same trips I would. This is not a crime in and of itself, but one of the trips, she would either stand immediately behind me or in my line of vision, glaring at me through her sunglasses. On one trip, I discovered the town had public Wi-Fi. So as long as you were in town limits, you could access the internet for free. So I caught up with a couple of friends during lunch. A mutual friend of ours let me know Blanche had been sending everyone in our social circles messages about how I tried to physically attack her, and he sent me the screenshots of what she had sent him. Just then, I get a text from the witch herself, Blanche. I look up from my phone and see she is standing immediately behind me with a roommate. Instead of talking to me verbally, she gestures towards her phone, indicating I should text back. I just tell her this. Look, I can't text because, like I told you, I have a limited number of texts I can send. I am not going to waste them. Furthermore, I don't feel comfortable talking to you, especially not here. If you want to talk, we can do it at the university. I think we are on the same page, but not 5 minutes later, the mutual friend who sent me the screenshots updates me. Blanche immediately texts him saying I violently yelled at her and threatened her. I figured it's best to just never be in the same place as her to avoid these accusations. So that's what I do. At the weekly meetings, I wait for her to sign up for something so I can pick up something else. I ignored her, but one day she followed me into the ladies' room and tried to grab me by my arm to talk. I narrowly avoid her grasp, but she tried to follow me to class. I told the university about this and they let my home university in on everything. I just wanted to let them know she was just following me around and trying to get me to engage with her. My host university ended up barring her from future trips because of the drug accusations. I'd like to say this was the end of it, but she tried to get me fired for reporting to work. That's a story in and of itself, so I won't share it here. A week ago, my mom called me and told me to check my LinkedIn account. It was a weird request, but she told me Blanche was spying on her LinkedIn account. Sure enough, Blanche was lurking on my account. We both blocked her, so I hope that's the end of it. Blanche, let's never meet again.
I graduated from high school in 2009, and a couple of friends decided that we should go camping. Funny enough, I almost didn't go because my friend Derek was dating a girl named Brittany, and he wanted to bring her along. I could not stand her. She came from a family with money and had a nice body, blah blah blah. I wasn't upset at that. It was her attitude. That I'm better than everyone else. Worship me. You know what I mean. He was dating her because she was hot. Simple as that. I'm so glad I went. I might not like her, but if I hadn't gone, who knows what would have happened. My Nana always trusted my judgment, so she didn't even worry about me going. Derek's parents knew me, and my friend Rachel were going, but not Brittany. His mom wouldn't let us go if she did, because I'm a mom, not an idiot. Rachel's mom was fine with it because I was with her. She actually doesn't like camping, but she had recently broken up with her boyfriend, so I told her that it would help her clear her head. So off we went. Originally we were going to go to a campsite, but instead we went into the middle of the woods. Yes, me and my friends were dumbasses. Day one was fine. We hung out, ate, and then we had to listen to this loving couple that night. The next morning I get up and drag Rachel with me to grab wood. By that I mean she picks it up and I carry all of it. LOL. Suddenly I get a strange feeling and I hear a branch snap. I turn. There is some guy standing there. I just stare at him and finally he smiles and waves. Rachel and this guy, Adam, hit it off right away. He seems nice enough. I'm feeling a little standoffish but act friendly. I'm not very trusting of people. He tells us how he and his family have been camping for a couple of weeks and how we should come meet them. Rachel, who is single now and hates it, says, "Let's go." Oh, I hate her. Where my friends go, I go. I tell her we should drop off the wood first, and without asking, he follows us back to the campsite. I hear Derek and Brittany having sex. Rachel says just leave them. So we head over to Adam's campsite. The first thing I notice is the sheer amount of shit around their site. This doesn't look like the site of people staying for a couple of weeks, but months. I don't say anything as he introduces us to his mother, father, and little brother. They were all very friendly and welcoming. Rachel was very happy with all the attention. I should feel happy. No, I'm growing more and more paranoid. The mother and father are being overly touchy and feely. The mother keeps touching my hair, saying how pretty and soft it is, and how she wishes she had hair like mine. I'm named after a bird, and she lovingly gives me the nickname Pretty Bird. I do not like that name, but I say nothing, just smile. The father isn't much better. He makes a comment about how nice my body is, that it looks real sturdy, says most girls are too thin nowadays. I'm kinda shocked that his wife is saying nothing about this. He asks me to flex my arm. I do, and he starts to feel my arm up. What the hell? I just want to leave at this point, but Rachel keeps gabbing with Adam. I ask about all the trash, etc. laying around, and say, aren't you worried about the bears? The father laughs and says, no, we have guns. Oh, goody. Finally, I'm able to tell her that we should head back. Adam offers to walk us back, but I manage to brush him off. As we are walking, I tell her I don't like any of them. Well, the little brother was okay, but the rest, ugh. She tells me I'm just being paranoid and that I just hate them because they are nice. Not everyone that acts nice has an ulterior motive. I'm livid. I tell her, stop thinking with your clit, and that there is much more to life than cock. Yeah, it wasn't a good walk back. I am so pissed at this point. I tell Derek that we are sharing a tent. Brittany starts to argue with me, but I gave her the scary eyes, as Derek puts it, so I sleep with him that night. I was going to talk to him about the family, but he passed out before I could. The next morning, Rachel and Brittany aren't talking to me, which I'm fine with. Honestly, I just want to get this trip over with and go home. That's when Adam randomly shows up. He says his family is making a late breakfast. I don't want to go, so of course, we all go. We eat, and I don't bother to hide the fact that I'm irritable, but I couldn't say no to the little brother when he asked me if I would play checkers with him. After a while, Derek and Brittany head back to the campsite so we can take her to Frisco Town. Rachel says I don't have to wait for her. I tell her I'm staying just to spite her. After a while, I hint that we should go, but she keeps ignoring me. Adam hands me an open soda at one point, asking me if I want it. I say no thanks. I do not drink open sodas from strangers. But Rachel does, of course. It gets worse. The mother brings out beer. What? I tell her, we're underage. She says she's not that much of a hard ass, that she lets the boys drink a little sometimes. I say no thanks. Rachel doesn't. Rachel is a tiny little thing, so it doesn't take much for her to get drunk. But I can tell it's different this time. Something is very, very wrong here. I tell them we should go. I grab her and notice she's having a hard time moving. I put her on my back so I can piggyback her. The mother actually says she can stay here for the night. I say it's best if she sticks with us. They keep pushing it, and I was suddenly worried they wouldn't let us leave. Finally, I'm able to leave. Not even halfway there, Rachel has passed out. Oh my god. Did they roofie her? When I get back, I put Rachel in her tent and tell Derek I need to talk to him. He grumbles at me, but comes out. I let it all out. At first he thinks I'm just being overprotective, paranoid self. But when I say that he must have noticed, and the booze and the fact that Rachel is passed out, it sinks in. He asks me what we should do. I tell him it's too late to do anything right now. We will head out tomorrow. I tell him that we will make some excuse and not to tell Rachel or Brittany. They will both say I'm paranoid and will fight us. We go to bed and don't sleep well. The next morning we wake up and wait for the girls to get up. Finally they do. As we are drinking some coffee, I ask Rachel if she's okay. She says yeah. Just feels tired and she doesn't remember anything after drinking. After sitting around for a little while, I tell them but Derek's dad wants us to come home a little early. Brittany is happy. Rachel is not. She asks if we could postpone it a little longer. I say no. He really needs us back. I tell them we should pack today. Suddenly, I notice Derek staring behind me. I turn, and walking out of the woods is Adam. He wants us all to come over, and Rachel mentions that I want us to pack because we have to leave. He acted very disappointed and asked if we can stay a little longer. I say no. After a while, I tell Derek to go ahead to their campsite without me. I'll pack up some of the stuff myself. I don't want him knowing we have the care parked. When they leave, I get most of the personal shit in the car, but leave the camping stuff out. When I get to their site, I can tell that Derek wants to leave. I mentioned that we should get to the bed early because we have to leave early. Rachel says we should just leave later in the day. I say no. When she keeps arguing with me, I pull out the big guns. I'll call your mom if you don't stop fighting with me. I didn't want to use that, but I have to get her away from this freak show. Suddenly, sweet, funny Adam snaps. He gets in my face and says I'm not her mother, and that I can't tell her what to do. I get right in his face and tell him to back off. The father calms things down by saying that friends shouldn't fight. After that, we leave. Rachel is in tears and won't speak to me. I feel like shit. I figured me and Derek can tell her when we leave why I've been acting like an ass. I sleep with Derek that night. I pass out cold. I think I can sleep well because I'll never have to see the family again. I wake up, which isn't that strange because I have always had trouble staying asleep. But that's why I woke up. It's because I can hear someone walking around the campsite. I wake up Derek. I whisper to him that I think the family isn't happy about us leaving. He is freaked, and so am I. We get dressed as quickly as we can. I grab the mini shovel, and he grabs the hatchet. I tell him we need to run as soon as I get the girls up. I slowly open the tent. I look out. I can't see anything in the moonlight. I slowly crawl out and open the girls' tents. I wake them both up and order them to get dressed. Brittany starts to loudly yell at me, but I cover her mouth. I tell them we will talk about this later when we get out of here, but right now they needed to listen to me. Derek peeks in and says he has the keys. The girls get dressed. As we half crouch out of the tent, when they are ready, I tell Brittany to not let go of Rachel's hand no matter what. As we start to stand, I hear a noise by the fire pit. It's the father, and he has something in his hand. Are you leaving already? I say, run! As we are running, I'm behind Rachel trying to watch the sides while Derek has the front. All I can hear is everyone's desperate gasping, the sound of the underbrush crunching, and the yelling behind us. Brittany tries to stop running, to say something to me. I tell her to just keep running, but her stalking causes Rachel to stumble, and I grab her so she doesn't fall. Instead, it causes me to fall. I ate shit. I hit the ground, tits first, so hard it knocked the wind out of me. I hear Rachel yell my name, but I wheeze out to keep running. They run ahead as I try and get up, but my head is spinning. My left titty took the worst hit. I grab my chest as I try and find the mini shovel I dropped. I can't find it, so I grab a sharp rock and keep running. I feel like the forest is closing in on me, like the moonlight can't even reach me. And I think, I'm gonna die here. Finally, I see the car. Everyone is standing outside. Rachel starts screaming when she sees me. I yell to get in the car. They all dive in, and I do when I get close enough. My chest is on fire. As Derek starts the car, Rachel and Brittany scream. On my side of the car, behind us is Adam. Derek floors it, and we are gone. So it took us about 45 minutes to get to the diner gas station. Rachel was sobbing the whole way. Derek and I explained everything to them. Brittany jumps between crying, yelling, and smoking. We had to pull over because Derek got so shaken up he had to throw up. So I drove the rest of the way. I want to say that I was handling it the best, but when I look back, I think I was handling it the worst, because I forced myself to not be upset. I felt like I had to be strong for my friends, because I really thought it was the end for us all. I held Rachel's hand the whole way, and I told her I love you, and there is no way I am going to let some creeps hurt you. I also told her that her mother was going to kill us. She was still crying, but she finally laughed. As we get to the diner, I call the Forest Services and then the police. The Rangers get there first. We tell them everything. We tell them where we think we were. I wanted to go with them to make sure they found the right place, but Rachel wanted me to stay. I managed to get everyone to eat, and the police finally showed up. What assholes. They acted like we were being dramatic teenagers and said it might have just been a prank. At the risk of being in trouble, I told them, kiss my fucking ass. After the police left, the Rangers called back. They found our site, and it had been trashed. Every tent had been ripped to shreds. Lovely. We finally head home. Derek and Rachel's parents are so pissed, and I convinced them to not tell my Nana because she's a little old lady and it would be bad for her health and stress her out. Rachel will never go camping again, and it was a while before me and Derek went again. If there is any moral to this story here, I think it would be, don't camp in the middle of nowhere. The story took place a few months back. I am a teenage boy, and my mom used to work from 2 to 10 p.m., meaning I'd be alone all day after school. We had just recently moved into a duplex, which was within walking distance of a Walmart. I would quite often go for walks, preferably at dark. I would often walk through the apartment complex parking lot, which was located pretty much right next to my place. It was about 8 p.m., and I was hungry. My mom had left me some cash in case of this, as there wasn't anything to eat in the house. It was about the time I usually went for my walk, so I figured I'd make a stop by Walmart on my journey and get a snack. I made my way to Walmart. It was dark by now, and I made my way inside. I went in and bought a bag of beef jerky and began just walking around the store, as I was bored and got lonely sitting at home all day, so I liked to get out of the house. As I walked, I eventually decided I didn't want the beef jerky anymore and threw it into one of the aisles with other items. I came to the conclusion that I wasn't going to buy anything and headed for the exit. As I was about to approach the sliding door leading to the parking lot, I heard a man say, "Excuse me." I turned around and I saw an African American man, probably in his 30s, wearing a sweatshirt and jeans. He asked me if I knew where the beef jerky I threw was. He claimed he needed it to have all items in the store back in their original places for customer satisfactory. At that time, I was not sensing anything was off. I am a teenager, and I guess I am pretty gullible, and didn't want to get into trouble. I told the man I wasn't sure, but I could go look for it and put it back where it belonged. I began to go look, and he followed. At first, he was right next to me, but eventually he slowed down and was kind of split up. I looked back and saw him behind me. I kept walking and looked back yet again, but this time he was gone. I wasn't in the mood for this shit, and I took this time to leave. As I left, I looked behind me and saw him walking the opposite direction behind me. I don't think he knew where I was, so I speed walked out of there and walked home. I looked behind me. As I walked, I never saw anyone following me. By that point, I'd suspected something was up. Nothing ever came of it, and I forgot all about it. The whole thing just strikes me as weird. I'd actually seen the guy walking around before he talked to me. Browsing in one of the aisles, the fact he knew where I put the beef jerky somewhere means he obviously seen me take it and followed me until I decided to dump it. He obviously did not work there, as he was not in uniform. He also had his phone in his hand the entire time. Although I can't really figure out what his intentions were, seeing as well it was Walmart, a very public place. Looking back, I wish I have questioned the situation more and asked if he'd worked there, and asked if one of the employees if they knew him. But I suppose it all worked out because I made my escape, and all is well now. If you guys have any insight as to what the hell happened, please let me know. Perhaps he was legit, and I am just a dumbass, and I am missing something. Or maybe he had other plans. To give a little background information, this started in the winter of 2012. I was 23 years old at the time and living with my dad. My mom and my brother were living in another house about 10 minutes away from us. One morning I woke up around 8 a.m. because I had an early doctor's appointment, and I went outside to see a note pinned to the windshield wiper of our car. The note said, "I'm going to kill you, scum." I kinda laughed it off. I assumed the note was from my dad, who had a habit of complaining to parents in our neighborhood about their children's shitty behavior. There were these twin boys who liked to try and catch and torture squirrels. He often marched them home by their ears to complain about them to their parents. I thought one of the parents was just being a douchebag, so my dad and I didn't bother with it too much. Later in the day, while talking to my mom on the phone, I mentioned the note to her half-heartedly in a casual way, and I was shocked by her response. She responded by emphatically warning me several times to make sure all of my windows and doors were locked, and to bring a weapon to bed with me at night. I was a bit taken aback because she'd never said anything to me like that before. She'd never even given me the good touch, bad touch talk. She reminded me at least 12 times over the course of the conversation to bring a knife or a baseball bat to bed with me and to lock my bedroom door at night. I thought she was just overreacting, so I waved her off. Then other weird things started happening. We started getting random packages and deliveries sent to our house. Bibles and Qurans, newspapers, porn flyers, pizzas, and moving trucks that we hadn't ordered. The first few times it happened, I thought it was a mistake, but as it kept happening, I came to the conclusion that somebody must be pulling a prank on us. We didn't know who it was, so there was nothing we could really do about it, but apologizing profusely to yet another confused pizza delivery man. In September of that year, I started taking a night school class with my best friend. The course went from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. every Monday and Wednesday night, and after the class, his mom would pick us up and drive us home. Sometime in November, his mom dropped me off from school, and I went inside and chilled on the couch for a couple of hours. I like to wind down before I go to bed a bit, or I can't sleep. I ended up falling asleep on the couch. Something woke me up abruptly at about 4 a.m. in the morning. I heard the unmistakable sound of a car tire being slashed, and it sounded like our car. What the hell is going on? We didn't have any enemies. In retrospect, this was probably a stupid thing to do, especially considering I'm a relatively small female. I'm only 5'5", and I was 23 at the time, but I grabbed a generic kitchen knife and went outside to check it out. When I got outside, I discovered immediately that I was correct. There was a man in our driveway slashing our car tires. Unwisely, I admittedly yelled, "Hey, you!" and he turned around to face me. That was when I noticed what he was slashing our tires with, an enormous hunting knife, at least 6 inches long. He looked surprised, but then defiant, and began to advance towards me with the knife slightly raised. I just froze. I didn't know what to do. He was coming at me so fast I couldn't even think. Thankfully, at that exact moment, my across-the-street neighbor, who had also heard him slashing our tires, turned on his porch light and yelled out the window, "Hey, I'm calling the cops." The man yelled back, "I don't give a fuck. Call them then." But he quickly retreated back to his car, where I could see a middle-aged woman with long brown hair waiting for him on the passenger seat. Our eyes locked, and I knew instantly that we had met before, but I couldn't quite put my finger on where or when. I just knew in my gut that I had met this woman before. They sped off into the night, and we called the cops, who said they couldn't do anything for us because they didn't know who had done it. I mean, isn't that the kind of your job, though, to find out who did it? Herp-a-derp. I called my mom to tell her what happened and to ask her if she had any idea who would have done this to us. She immediately said no, but there was something in her voice I could just tell that she wasn't being honest. A few weeks later, I decided to go to my mom's house to spend a day or two there, determined to get some answers. As soon as I walked in the front door, I knew something was wrong. The second she saw me, she just started bawling her eyes out. She took me by the hand and sat me on the couch and explained the whole story to me, start to finish. It's necessary for me to give a little background information here. My mom is a businesswoman by trade. She was still in sales at the time, but she's also a bit of a hippy-dippy. Astrology and pot and reincarnation and Mercury is retrograding, so don't get into any arguments this week type of person. A couple of months ago, before this all started, she had ended up being referred a new client named Adrian by her weed dealer. Yes, my mom smokes weed. This is Canada. Everyone smokes here. Adrian was her dealer's girlfriend, and she was interested in buying Arbonne, so my mom invited her over to her apartment to look at some makeup samples. They started chatting a bit about a variety of topics, and my mom let it slip that her last name was Hayes. As my mom told me, Adrian had paused for a few seconds, looked at her, and then said, "Hayes? Did you used to be married to a man named Darian Hayes?" My mom answered that yes, Darian Hayes, my father, was her ex-husband. Then, shockingly, this Adrian woman had actually burst into tears, threw her arms around my mom in a hug, and began to tell her this horrific story about all the disgusting things that my dad had done to her. Apparently, she was 14 years old. She was now in her mid-30s. I would have been about 4 years old at the time. This would have happened around 1994. She had been dating a man named Andrew, who happened to be living with my dad at the time after my parents' divorce. According to Adrian, these men, her boyfriend Andrew, Andrew's twin brother Daniel, and my father, had taken turns beating her, sexually assaulting her, and then forcing her into prostitution in order to make money off of her. Eventually, they ended up selling her into child prostitution, from which she said she never recovered. At this point, I realized that this is where I'd recognized her from. My dad had been roommates with her boyfriend Andrew, and I used to see all three of them when I went over there to visit him every second weekend. I sobbed inconsolably during the whole retelling of this story, telling my mother how after this traumatic experience she had turned to drugs and alcohol to numb the pain of her abuse, and that she had been addicted to crack and alcohol off and on ever since because of what my father had done to her. My mom was shocked. She didn't know what to do. On the one hand, she knew my father to be a generous, soft-spoken, and kind person who had never lifted a finger to her or any other person, and who rarely raised his voice. But on the other hand, it seemed odd that Adrian would just happen to remember his name all these years later. If she had been lying, he didn't know who to believe. After several hours of crying and much consoling on my mother's part, Adrian finally left, and that was when the stalking began. A few days after this encounter, my mother came home from work to find Adrian's boyfriend sitting on her couch, waiting for her. He immediately told her that he was planning on killing my father, and that my father deserved to die because he was a pedophile piece of shit, and that if my mom told anybody at all, especially the cops, that he would be sure to kill me as well. He then concluded his threat by describing the layout of our living room and exactly what outfit I was wearing that day. From then on, he and/or Adrian would text or call her several times a day to threaten and taunt her, telling her that they were going to call the cops on my dad and have him thrown in prison, that they were going to have him killed, and that if she told anybody, they would hire somebody to rape and murder me. Naturally, my mother was absolutely terrified. She was from an upper middle class family
who had immigrated to Canada from Germany. She had never dealt with this type of person before. She stopped eating, she couldn't sleep, and she even stopped going to work. She lost 30 pounds, and her hair started to fall out from stress. She started having panic attacks because she didn't know what to do. Later, she told me that she understood how I felt because I have an anxiety disorder that causes me to experience panic attacks. Eventually, after the night when I almost got stabbed, she decided that she had to call the cops. She couldn't take the chance that they would hurt me. She had to do something about it, and what she found out was shocking. Adrian was also known to the police. When my mom told them the story, he was so well known that they weren't even surprised to hear her story. In fact, they told her Adrian had done this exact same thing at least to a dozen other men. She would meet and blackmail men into giving her money, electronics, drugs, etc., threatening to call the cops and report them for rape if they did not. Her boyfriend, who was a dealer of other drugs other than just weed, as it turned out, would often use his drug connections to intimidate and extort the men, and for some reason he never questioned her stories of being raped, abused, and enslaved by all of the other different types of men. Adrian was a crack and a heroin addict and a prostitute who would get arrested on possession and drug distribution charges. She would attempt to make deals with the police by offering them information about men who were pedophiles in exchange for less time in prison. She eventually did this so many times that the police stopped believing in her. After my mom called the cops, the whole story came undone, and Adrian and her boyfriend, thankfully, haven't bothered us since. But it's been over a year since the whole thing happened, and I'm still terrified to leave the curtains open at nighttime in case somebody is watching me. I don't think I'll ever be able to feel fully safe in this house ever again. So Adrian, let's not meet again, ever. 2015 through 2017 was a very bad part of my life. My best friend committed suicide in May of 2015. My uncle did the same in September. I was in my senior year, but I was spiraling gradually. I have a history of mental illness dating back to when I was 10, but things just seemed to be getting worse and worse over time. The next year I learned I had to repeat my senior year because I had too many absences. I had weekly therapy appointments, bad mental health days where I couldn't really do anything, and my anxiety had reached a point where I was constantly on the verge of a panic attack. At the start of my senior year, part two of my very close family friends, honestly they were more like aunts to me, died in a house fire. I stayed home from school for a week. Then the same month, my grandpa died. Shortly after my grandpa died, after that, I was officially not functioning as a human being. I got so bad I wasn't going to school at all. I couldn't. I was sleeping nearly 20 hours a day, barely eating, and I wouldn't leave my room unless I had to feed my cat or go to the bathroom. The school eventually told me I wasn't allowed on campus unless I re-enrolled. December 2016, my maternal grandma got me a job as a housekeeper at the old folks' home she worked at. I was there 2 weeks before I had a massive panic attack in an elevator. I was dry heaving, hyperventilating, and I couldn't stop crying. When I recovered, I quit because it was humiliating. I was also living with my sister, our mom, and her husband at the time. They were married October 2016. He was an asshole. It started with him making jokes about burying my sister and I's cats. Then he kept letting my sister's dog out without the leash. And then he kept putting him into the garage in the heat of summer in the Midwest. A few times when the dog got out and we were searching for him, my stepdad complained that it was taking too long. Once it was an early October morning, and he let the dog run outside without the leash, and we were all searching. I was woken up by my mom and put on the first bottoms I could find, which were cut off denim shorts.
It was rainy, as I was running up and down every street near our house looking for our dog. Thankfully, my mom found him, and we got in our car to go home. The only thing my stepdad said was I shouldn't have worn shorts so short. There is so much I could tell you about him, all about how he fucked up my mom financially, but the rest of that is irrelevant to this story, is that he is the sole reason we lost our house. After that, we all had to scatter, basically. I was living at my dad's house and the rest of them were living with my mom. I thought it would be okay for me to essentially live alone, but I quickly started feeling lonely. One night, I had a panic attack, so bad that I fell into an old coping mechanism where I self-harmed, but it turned worse. This wasn't the first time I attempted, but this was the only time that ended with me in the hospital. I told my mom, who came to get me and took me to the hospital. They bandaged me up. A few therapists came in to talk to me, and eventually I was sent to inpatient. Everyone in inpatient was really nice. We had snack time twice a day, meals 3 times a day, and there was always a group you could join. I mostly stuck to the art ones. There was a TV with a few couches. Most of us gathered there. For a while we watched the Disney Channel. There was a friend I knew from my brother's friend group in there too, and he kinda kept this guy who was creeping on me. I was wearing a matching pink hoodie and sweatpants, and he kept calling me Pink, always trying to sit with me way too close, and he was very touchy. Anyways, it was Sunday. After dinner, we were all back in the adult wing. When I was bored, I'd walk the halls to pass time. The halls are kinda in a straight line, with the nurses in the middle, and next to them is the main area. You have to walk around the nurses' station to get down to the other hall. There are huge metal doors that close in case of an emergency. I was walking down the opposite hall from my room. As I was passing the main area, I noticed a guy getting really upset and nurses trying to talk to him and calm him down. He kept saying that he missed his family. As I got to the hall with my room, the doors closed. We were all told to go to our rooms, but none of us wanted to be alone because we didn't know what was happening. So we all sat on the floor and talked quietly. We could hear him getting violent. We had to have been sitting there for at least an hour because the nurses came with the snack cart and let us have some juice, cheese, and yogurt. Another hour passed and we were told to go to bed, and that our nurses would give us our meds as soon as they can. I went to bed, and in the morning I wasn't in the adult wing at all. I've never seen him again, but I hope to God that he's okay. I am a 15-year-old female. In late January this year, I was committed to an adolescent mental hospital for suicide attempt. Something that was stupid on my part, but not crucial to the story, just background information as to why I was there. This was the first time I was ever sent to a facility like this, and having a severe anxiety disorder, I was scared out of my mind. Cue the first run-in with Arthur. I'm replacing everyone's real names, of course. I won't speak too much on his physical appearance, but he was a 17-year-old male. He looked like your typical school shooter. Heavy boots, all black clothing, long hair, etc. No judgment. I was fairly edgy when I was younger. On my first day there, I noticed right away that he would be staring at me all the time. The first thing he said to me was,
"I really like your boots."
I was wearing Doc Martens, which was pretty normal. I really appreciated the compliment, so I opted to start talking to him. A big mistake on my part. We started off simply talking about books and music of which we had similar tastes in, but then Arthur started sitting next to me at every group meeting, every meal, everything. Following me would be a better phrase. His words started getting more concerning as time went on. I saw a number of red flags, but it's not like I could have done anything about it. We were being held in a hospital. I couldn't just leave. I have exact quotes from him because I kept a journal at my time from the hospital. Here are some.
"You seem like you have no corruption. You are an outlier. Everyone here is a degenerate. No, that there is no sociopaths here, right?
Hinting at himself. But this is just the beginning. Things didn't really heat up until he started giving me poems. Poems with eerie biblical religious references that he would slide under the door of my room. I don't have any of the original poems. The hospital had confiscated them. So I'm going to try to summarize best on my journal entries. There was, of course, the poem where he said I was the Virgin Mary, which, though I find incredibly funny now, was scary at the time. In the poems, he would romanticize me in an angelic way and contrasted himself as a demon. If I remember correctly, the last poem he gave me was concerning. He seemed to be counting down the days until something. He referred to some Catholic day of reckoning that, for the life of me, I can't remember. I'm not a member of that religion, but it was clear that this day of reckoning he kept referring to involved me. I finally reported this to one of the staff members, and they moved me into a different unit. I later found out, after my discharge, that Arthur was schizophrenic. I'm glad I said something when I did, because that probably would have ended very badly for me. Several years ago, I worked at a crisis unit for the acutely mentally ill. It was a 10-bed unit where individuals would come to stay as a step down from a psychiatric hospitalization or a diversion to prevent psychiatric hospitalization. I often worked alone on the weekends. One Friday evening, we received an admission. Michael. Background info was provided with the referral indicating a diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder and recent release from prison. After serving a sentence for murder, I completed the initial intake with Michael, during which time he said some sexually explicit things to me. I made it clear that this was inappropriate and that confidentially was limited, and that the staff working on the unit as part of his treatment team would be privy to anything he said in the interview or subsequent one-on-one sessions. He responded well to the redirection. We finished the intake, and I went about the rest of my shift until about 11 p.m. that night, when he approached the office and asked if I was working alone. Luckily, at the time, I wasn't working alone, and I told him that my male co-worker was in the adjoining office. After this encounter, I explained the situation to my co-worker, who read my shift summary and decided to sit down with Michael and tell him the way he was acting was not acceptable, and he could risk being released from the program if it continued. The next morning, I was working alone from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Around 9 a.m., I went to wake up another client, Jeremy, to administer his medications. The room Jeremy was assigned was at the end of the hallway, and he was usually slow to get up in the morning. While I was knocking on Jeremy's door, Michael approached me to tell me he did not appreciate I had shared things he said to me with my male co-worker. I explained to Michael that he knew what he said was inappropriate, and that he knew anything he said to me would be shared with the rest of the treatment team. Michael became agitated and got in my face, backing me into the corner in front of Jeremy's bedroom door. At this point, Jeremy had woken up and heard what was happening outside his room. Jeremy came out of his room, stood between Michael and myself, and told Michael that he needed to walk away and cool down. Michael went back to his room, and I contacted my supervisor, who told me to document the encounter and continue my shift. Needless to say, I left that job shortly after this incident. I am thankful for Jeremy, and that he had the presence of mind, while also being in a clinic with the mental illness, to intervene on my behalf. I often wonder what would have happened if Jeremy wouldn't have woken up, or if he
would have been in a more severe state of mental illness and would have become agitated as well. For those of you saying that I couldn't have possibly worked by myself on a 10-bed unit, it was not a secure unit. It was a voluntary unit and was never intended for violent individuals. Michael should have never been there. He needed a higher level of care that we were unable to provide. But in order for us to get funding, we needed more beds to be filled. I was a bachelor's level mental health worker. I administered medications, facilitated psychoeducational groups, and completed one-to-one ratio sessions with clients every shift. I shouldn't have had to work alone, but I did. I don't know if it was legal. I'm assuming it is in my state, but I have no idea. Protocol was to call 911 if things got out of hand, and if they were really bad, to petition them for involuntary hospitalization of the individual. Weekdays, there were 2 staff members and a supervisor present. Evenings, there were sometimes 2 staff members, depending on the day of the week. Overnight, there was 1 staff, and on the weekend, it was me by myself until the cook or cleaning person came for roughly half an hour each. It wasn't an ideal situation, but it is common in residential homes for individuals with intellectual disabilities, some personal care homes, etc. Where I am from. Michael, let's not meet again.
Okay, so this happened about 3 years ago or so. I was around 17 years old. I am not going to dramatize anything, but let me go ahead and say that I think, personally, that this is a pretty bizarre story. There are some details about my actual relationship I'm going to leave out. I kinda want to answer this story question, but I don't think I'm ever gonna get one. I've been wanting to get some outside opinions on it aside from friends and family too, though. So here it goes. My ex Jane and I lived about an hour away from each other. We met at a park out of state and ended up living kinda close. We hit it off and dated a month after we met. Our entire relationship lasted a year, and she was my first girlfriend. From the very beginning of the relationship, she would discuss her best friend named Patrick. He was in his late 20s. She, as a reminder, was 17 and worked in a bookstore. He lived in her hometown, and she had known him since she was 13. From very early on, I thought the stories she would tell about him were outlandish. She would talk about watching him get into bar fights with a guy that went by Hammer, how once they pretended to rob a gas station but left money behind on the counter and had to jump over a roof to escape security, in which Patrick broke his ankle. Another time Patrick got a brand new Mustang that they wanted to crash into a lake, so they jumped out of it at the last second. She told me that one toward the end of our relationship. At one point I was completely skeptical of everything that she had said. You get the idea. The stories that she told seemed clearly exaggerated and downright fake. Part of me thought she was just trying to impress me for whatever reason. Here are some other important facts that I don't exactly know where to put, so I'll lay them out here. Jane was an artist. She drew all the time in her journal. She rarely drew people as they actually were. She drew people as monsters or animals. For example, she always drew me as a giraffe. She was good at it. Patrick's last name, according to her, was pronounced and spelled a certain way, Willington. Patrick Willington. Patrick's dad owned a successful company out of state that Patrick would inherit. Jane had a much older brother, who was in his late 20s as well, that had joined the military and moved to Korea. She only saw him every few years or so. Okay, now continuing. Jane would tell me that Patrick was very protective of her. She would tell him about me, and he would always be unsure of what he thought. She said that he wanted to beat me up sometimes, and that he'd hurt me if I hurt her. If she told him about something silly I did, he'd think I was an idiot and call me stupid. He also thought I was gay. This is all, of course, secondhand information. Never once in the entire relationship do I think I spoke to him. I'll get to that later. I'd also like to remind everyone that this is my first relationship. I was very insecure, very confused, and there was more going on in it that complicated some things. I do not have the best rationality, as you may have already deduced from how weird some of this sounds. The thing is, I really didn't have any reason not to believe her, you know. She had no reason to lie about any of this, but I was still skeptical. Sometimes Jane would go to Patrick's house really late at night. She said that she slept on the couch, and that he would literally throw her out of her house in the morning. Sometimes she said that she had to sneak out of her house to do this. He lived within walking distance, apparently. One time, later in the relationship, Patrick invited her on an out-of-state trip back to his hometown. They were going to stay in a mountain cabin for a week. I was not happy about that. I was more upset when she said she wouldn't tell her parents and that they'd leave on a bus in the morning now. At this point in the relationship, I was very unsure of what exactly was going on with this Patrick person. But Jane said that if she told her parents about the trip, that she would not be able to go, and that Patrick would hate me, and she'd be pissed off. It was very important to her because Patrick apparently would be forced to move away soon to work at his dad's company, and she said she'd never see him again, so she needed to go. Well, then the day came for her to leave. Also, I did discuss this with a friend and family at the time. Patrick never showed up to get her or whatever. She was very upset, even though he'd be back in town one more time. Oh, another tidbit. Jane's parents never once mentioned Patrick ever. She never brought him up around them either. The only time she mentioned Patrick to anyone was to my dad once, after we broke up. She told my dad one of the outlandish stories I mentioned. Why she met my dad after we broke up is for a different, unrelated reason that I will not add to this story. My dad was flabbergasted, basically. I had told him about all this, but hearing it in person was crazy. Patrick was to have a birthday party once before the mountain cabinet trip thing happened. I was invited. It was going to be at his house starting at midnight. I said I couldn't go to that, but that I'd get him a present. I got him some toolkit thing. She said he'd like it, and I gave it to her to give to him. She said she brought it, and that he did in fact like it. She said the party lasted until 6 a.m. Patrick sent me a text from her phone once, when she was with him. It was standard behavior for him. He said I was a pansy or something, and that he'd beat me up. That was early on. Now here is where I think things get very interesting. Jane lived nearby an elementary school. She walked with me there and said his house was close to it. So she leads me to the back of the school, where there is woodland. She brings me to the edge of the woods and has me look in and see this very old wooden tin house sort of structure. It has broken windows. It's filthy. It's falling apart. The path to it is covered by bushes and trees. She said that that was his house. Oh yeah, at this point he had moved to work at the company out of state. I asked her if she was joking. She said no, and that he wasn't very tidy even when he lived there. I thought briefly that maybe the house was just weird looking on the outside, but actually good inside. But there's no way it was. It was abandoned. Anyway, the same day she asked if I wanted to go inside. It was hot, getting dark. No one knew where we were exactly, and I did not want to get cut up by bushes or go into a sketchy house, so I said maybe another time. She insisted, saying that Patrick wanted us to check on things, but eventually gave up. This was very close to the end of our relationship. I asked her a few more questions, like, you went through those bushes and stuff every time you went to see him, and she said yes, but that they had overgrown since he left. I also asked how he drove out of his house, how anyone visited him otherwise, how he got his mail. She eventually realized that maybe I didn't exactly believe her and got mad. I said I was sorry, and that it was just different to me. She insisted it was true. I let it go. Well, we ended up breaking up shortly after, but I had a hard time coping with the breakup and ended up speaking with her again later. She was on a bus with her class to go to some trip. Well, I lost connection with her and called back. A young man answered.
I asked who it was. He said Patrick Willington, not Willington. So I opened up with a question about his last name, and also why he had her phone. He said that he was on his office phone. I kept asking him questions about himself that only the real Patrick would know. I heard noises in the background. He would pause for a minute before answering. I think she just handed the phone to a classmate and told him what to say. Frankly, that's the only real answer to that. Well, he hung up and I called her back. Jane answered and said that Patrick told her I somehow got connected to his phone since he was in her recent contacts or something. Clearly bullshit. But I played along, asking one more time about the last name, to which she had no idea what I was talking about, saying it was always Willingson, and left it at that. Oh, he wanted to beat me up badly for breaking her heart. Well, I kept speaking to her for about a week or two, and we both finally got closure about the relationship. But as I was recounting the experience with a friend, I realized something. Probably just a creepy coincidence, but I had said Jane was an artist, and that she always drew people as other things. Well, I saw many drawings of Patrick. She said he always wore his dark coat and ripped pants or something. She, as usual, did not draw him as human. She drew him as a skeleton. Really creeped out, for whatever reason, when I remembered that. I may be forgetting some other weird things that happened, but that's the main stuff. Now, to tie it all together, here are some stuff I have done about it since. I tried using Google Earth to look at where his house was, since I remembered exactly where she showed me. The trees are too thick to see in, and there is a construction nearby, so it may not even be there anymore. I have not gone back in person since it is so far away and also close to her house. I have Googled and researched in countless ways Patrick's name, both names, and anything I could remember. No useful results. She used to mention him on social media sometimes. A friend of mine, who had trouble grasping all this, found her profile and saw him mentioned recently too. I have a few theories. 1. Patrick was just some sort of imaginary friend or character she made up to fill the place of her older brother who moved away and she didn't see often. Her brother and Patrick were the same age after all, and kinda had similar personalities. I met her brother once. 2. It was all bullshit she made up for whatever reason to impress me sometimes, and to coerce me sometimes. 3. It was part of a much greater disorder or problem, which is possible Jane had other issues that I will not disclose, so it isn't impossible. 4. Patrick did exist in some way, shape, or form, but she highly exaggerated him and rarely saw him, so she told me whatever she wanted about him. Kinda fits with the brother theory. It may not be as creepy to all of you since you are on the outside of my social circle, but like I said, that's why I am posting. But to me, personally, I am bothered by this. Jane had a tendency to be very violent and say threatening things. Why did she make it all up? Why did she show me that house and say it was his? What was in that house? Regardless if anyone lived there, did she ever actually go in, like she said she did? Did she sleep there sometimes or visit late at night like she said? If so, what in the world was she doing? Did someone really somehow live there? I really highly doubt it. Why did she draw him as a skeleton? Like I said, probably creepy coincidence. Why did he have such strong feelings about me? Why did she change his last name? Why did she do that weird thing with the phone and classmate? How many of her other loved ones know about this? What would have happened if I went in that house with her? Some of this is probably heightened by my anxiety, but I do think that it's a weird story.
This happened when I first started university. My first day moving into student hall, I was greeted by a very friendly guy called Dominic. He was very camp and told me he was gay early in the conversation, but I didn't have a problem with that. He offered to help me unpack in my room, then go for a drink with me. Although I thought this was a little over-familiar, I was delighted that I had made a new friend so quickly and accepted his offer. He put a tremendous amount of effort in helping me put everything in the appropriate place in my room. We then went for a drink at the student bar. I made a point to tell him I was straight, as I suspected he might have a bit of a crush on me, hence why he was being so nice. However, he didn't show any signs of dismay and continued chatting to me. I liked him a lot. He was very intelligent and interesting to talk to. I was very pleased that I had a new friend already. I was worried that I'd be lonely in the uni dorms. He didn't live in the same building as me. He just lived across. I was studying creative writing, and he was studying business, but we started to hang out a lot. Although I liked Dominic, I did start to find him a little overbearing. He would send me texts and messages on Facebook all the time, and he would get upset if I did not reply, even if it went only for about 5 minutes. He would always want to know what I was doing, and if I disappeared off Facebook for a while, he would want to know where I'd been all day. One time, I even sent him a text mentioning I was on a train, and he texted me back, "Why are you on a train? Why am I not invited to wherever you are going?" I made quite a few friends, and he would always show visible signs of displeasure whenever they were around, and whenever I talked to him about them, he would tell me he disliked them, and that I shouldn't trust them. He was very possessive, and I personally can't stand clingy friends. So I tried to distance myself from him a bit, but the more I pulled away, the tighter he held. I still hung out with him, and still cared about him, but I was starting to worry about where this friendship was going. I was pretty sure that this guy had a crush on me, and soon my suspicions were confirmed. I met this girl at a party that I went to called Anna, and asked her on a date. She accepted. I was really thrilled and told Dominic about it. The second I told him, his face fell. "Why are you going on a date with her?" he asked, sounding very worried. Because I want to," I said. "But I'm going to be jealous," he said. "Please don't go. It'll really hurt me. You wouldn't want to hurt me. I'm your best friend." I'd never actually told him he was my best friend before, and I found the way he was acting now both annoying and a little creepy. "I'm sorry, but I told you that I was straight before, Dominic," I said. "We can still be friends, but I'm not going to stop dating just for you." He remained sulky and miserable the rest of the night. I told myself that he'd have to accept it or get over it, but when I was on the date with Anna, I kept getting phone calls from unknown numbers. I answered first, but I couldn't hear anything on the other end. It was just as though someone was listening. I started to ignore the calls, but you would not believe how frequently they were coming in. They were coming in non-stop, and I couldn't even tell the time because they seriously would not stop. I had to put my phone on airplane mode. After about an hour of my phone in airplane mode, I switched airplane mode off. But the very second I did, the calls came in again. Although I was unnerved, I enjoyed my date with Anna, and we agreed to meet up again. When I got home from the date, Dominic was waiting right outside my dorm, his phone in his hand. Anna had no mutual connections with Dominic, so I asked him how he could possibly know about this. He just told me he had done his research. I was angered and told him it was none of his business and that I'd find out myself. He started crying, saying how he was just worried about me, and stormed off. I think he was hoping that I'd follow him, but I didn't. And when I went to my room, angry that he would try to interfere with my life like this, I've had unrequited crushes on friends before, but if they don't feel the same, I never try to force it, but Dominic only got worse. When I got back to my student room, Dominic had sent me screenshots on Facebook of a conversation he allegedly had with Anna. The messages showed her boasting to him about how she was using me and how she was planning to break my heart. Obviously, this didn't ring at all true. As one, how would she even know who Dominic was, and why would she message him? And two, why would she tell a friend of mine so openly what her plans for me were, when he would obviously show me? I demanded that he showed me the conversation from Anna on his computer screen with me there, but he told me that he had deleted the conversation because they were too upsetting for him to read. I knew right then and there that Dominic was deliberately trying to ruin my relationship with Anna through incredibly deceitful and despicable means, and I told him that I wasn't interested in him, that I would never be, and that he'd better stop right now. He told me that I was being a terrible friend, that all he was trying to do was look out for me, and that he could not believe that I was believing a stranger over him. I was seriously pissed off with the way he was selfishly trying to manipulate me now, and blocked him on social media. He started sending me constant texts and calling me nonstop every day, telling me things like he was so depressed over me, and that he had started taking heroin, and that he was contemplating suicide, basically trying to make me worry. He would also constantly send me texts saying he knew Anna was cheating on me, and that I had to come to my senses. He was creeping me out so much that I went to stay with my parents for a bit, as I wasn't comfortable living in the same area as him. I had to block his number because the phone calls were so constant. People from my uni dorm were sending me angry messages because Dominic had told them a really twisted version of what was going on, making them think that Anna was a dirty, STD-ridden whore who I had betrayed him for. It then turned out that he had been lying to everyone, telling them that me and him were in a romantic sexual relationship, and that I had cheated on him with Anna, then left him for her. I furiously set everyone straight, told them that I had never been in a relationship with Dominic and that everything he had told them about Anna was bullshit. Most people believed me, although it took a while to convince everyone that Dominic was the liar. He was very manipulative, and although a lot of his lies were ludicrous, he was very good at making himself sound legit. I decided to go back to my uni dorm after a while, as it was inconvenient for me to stay at my parents' house while at uni. Their house was far away from it. I arrived back there quite late, as I really did not want to run into Dominic. I was so angry about him. I had a new girlfriend and studies to think about. Yet, because of his obsession and harassment, he was now all I could think about. In a very twisted way, I think this is what he really wanted. Positively or negatively, he wanted me thinking about him. When I got back, I just laid down on my bed, thinking about what to do, when suddenly, smash! A brick came flying through my window. I jumped a mile and rolled over the side of my bed, hiding, thinking it was burglars coming in or something. But nothing more happened. But once I got over the shock, I cautiously stepped over the broken glass and tried to look out the window. When I got a phone call off of a number I did not recognize, I answered it, and it was Dominic, and you will not believe what he said. "I just saw Anna throw a brick through your window and run," he shouted. "I told you she was bad news. You should have listened to me. I told you." You would not believe the rage I felt. I was so angry I could not even speak for a moment. But then I just exploded. I screamed at him that I knew it was him, and I was calling the police right now. He tried to protest, but I hung up on him and immediately called them. When they arrived, Dominic was not in his room. But when it was opened up, a large stash of illegal drugs was found there. The manager of my student halls assured me that he'd be getting kicked out for this, and the police said they would be getting in touch with him. After this, I never saw Dominic again. I changed my phone number and never unblocked him on social media. A couple times I was tempted to out of sheer curiosity, but decided it wasn't worth it. I think he dropped out of the uni, but I don't know exactly what happened to him. My relationship with Anna didn't last. She was never quite clear on why she ended it, but I actually suspect that Dominic's freakish behavior scared her off. Even though it wasn't my fault, oh well, life goes on. Dominic, I hope whatever issues you're going through, you sort them out. And I hope that you find a guy who actually does want to be with you. But please, let's not meet again. Last year I went out of state for my first year of college to school in India. The first week I formed many friendships, and one of those was with a boy who would end up becoming my stalker. He was fairly normal at the start, and I genuinely enjoyed his company as well as his roommates, and we became quite close. Spending a lot of time together, soon I had developed friendships with other people, and he became a part of my friend group. About a month into knowing him, I started to get a feeling that he liked me more than a friend. I still acted normal around him because I did not want to draw attention to it because the feeling wasn't mutual. and I did not want to ruin our friendship. One night, about 3 months into school, everything changed. This night, all of my friends came to my dorm room to drink before they went to a party. I had told my friends that they could drink in my room, but I did not want to go out because I was very upset by a hurricane that was hitting my town in Florida. All of my friends were supportive of this, except my soon-to-be stalker. Throughout the time he was in my room, he was making jokes about how dramatic I was being, and even when everyone else told him to stop, he wouldn't let up. Finally, everyone is ready to leave to go to the party. My stalker is the last to exit my room before going. He tells me that he cares about me and that if I change my mind and decide to go out, or if I need anything, that I should text him, which I found strange given his previous behavior, but I figured he had come to his senses and was attempting to be a good friend. A couple of hours after my friends leave, I get a text from another friend telling me to come help our one friend out who is too drunk and is vomiting. So I change and walk to her building. Upon arriving, I find out she is fine now and that they put her into her bed. I go outside of their building and cry about what's happening at my home on the steps by myself. I get a text from my stalker asking if I had changed my mind. In that moment, I was sad, and I figured if I went out with them and drank, maybe I would feel better. I tell him where I am and ask if the group wants to meet up. He says that they will come, but arrives alone. He suggests we hang out in my room, but I told him I want to go to see the group. He didn't seem to be too happy with this, but I call one of my other friends to see where they are, and we go to another dorm building where they are drinking. When we get inside, we have a hard time figuring out which room they are on and what floor they are in. My stalker is visibly drunk at this point and pushes me into one of the connecting suites that is vacant. He begins to make fun of me again for being upset and is very touchy. I push him off of me and tell him to stop. We finally find one of our friends, and that friend tells us that we can meet him in his room and he has alcohol there. My stranger suggests that we go to his room instead because he's in a fight with one of the other guys and does not want to see him. I believe this and I agree. When we get to his room, we are greeted by his roommate and a bunch of his roommate's friends. My stalker grabs my backpack with his alcohol and says we should go to my room and our friend group can meet up with us, so we do. My dorm had 2 beds in it, and my stalker sits down on one of them I sleep on, so I decide to sit on the other one. He puts on a movie, and everything is normal at first. I immediately begin texting my one friend, whose room everyone was in, and tell him to bring our friends over to my room. My friends were all drunk at this point, and everyone I texted wasn't making sense. My stalker then gets into the same bed as me and lays beside me. I immediately feel uncomfortable and start rapidly texting my friends and tell them he is acting strange and that they need to come now. He sees I'm on the phone a lot, so my stalker grabs my phone from me and tells me I need to take a 10-minute break from the phone. During this point, he becomes very touchy and suggests we try this trick with my jewel where he exhales into my mouth, to which I reject. I tell him it has been 10 minutes and that he needs to give me my phone back, but he denies knowing what I am talking about. I stand up and move to the other bed because I feel uncomfortable. He gets up and moves as well. I sit at the very end of the bed opposite of him and demand my phone. He continues to play dumb. Instead, he moves closer to me and tries to playfully touch me. I've had enough at this point and tell him that he needs to give me my phone right now, and that it isn't funny anymore. He tells me he needs to go to the bathroom. While he's in the bathroom, I grab my laptop and I iMessage one of my friends to come to my room ASAP and to tell them that he is being very creepy and I need their help. Once he returns, he tells me right away that he wants to level with me and that he thinks that we should hook up. I had been making it very clear the entire time that I did not want that, and I thought that he would be able to read my body language in this situation and realize I was very clearly uncomfortable. I tell him no and that I just want to be friends and not ruin the friendship. He doesn't listen. He comes over to me and starts playfully grabbing me, and when I push him off and tell him to stop, he pushes me down onto the bed and tries to come over me. He grabs my legs and pulls me into him. I was thankfully sober and was able to kick him away from me, and I get up and run into the hallway. He doesn't leave my room and begins to insult me and tell me he never wanted to be my friend and only wanted to sleep with me, and that guys and girls can never be friends. It always has to lead to something more. He then says that he would never date me and that I'm too emotionally unstable for him, and a slew of other insults. One thing that he said that especially scares me is that he was raised to take whatever he wants, no matter what, when defending his actions. I did not know what to do, and I just started yelling and crying at him to leave my room. He refuses and then makes fun of me for crying. At this point, he still has my phone and won't give it back or leave. I threatened to call the campus police on him if he does not leave, and he finally agrees. After that night, he texted me every day for a week trying to talk to me, and one of my friends told him to listen to what he had to say, so I do. He ended up confessing his love for me and told me that he still thinks we cannot just be friends, even after I said multiple times that that is all we could ever be, and ultimately told him I think that we need to stop talking. All of my other friends knew what had happened and dropped him as well. He spent months trying to talk to me and became completely obsessed. I would still hang out with his roommates, but I would only go to their room when he wasn't there. On the few occasions where he would come in, and he would later text me paragraphs about how immature I was being for ignoring him. Finally, I said we could try to be civil and just be acquaintances to be nice, but that led to him getting very mad at me for still acting uncomfortable around him and never wanting to hang out with him. At this point, every time I would see him, he would blow up my phone and text me nonstop about being fake towards him and that I needed to get over myself. I finally blocked him. After doing this, he got very angry. He would show up where I was all of the time and just stare at me. His roommates would tell me that he talked about me every night basically for the rest of the school year. He would try to ask them things about what I was doing and who I was hooking up with. He would go up to my close girlfriends all of the time and ask what he could do to fix things with me. He tried to fight a guy who expressed he was interested in taking me out on a date. A few months ago, after the incident, he made up an excuse to come to my door almost every day. He started trying to talk to me in the hallways. He would offer me his things, and even bought me a Christmas present. The last few months of school, he told his roommate that his goal was to sleep with me before graduation and that he thinks I want him, and I am just playing games with him. I in no way want him, or make it seem as if I want him. The only way I act towards him is completely disgusted. Even over the summer, he has been texting his roommates about me. All of my friends tell me that he is stalking me and recognize that the way I am acting is in no way asking for his attention. I go back to school in the middle of August, and he will be there. He will be living in a frat next year, so I don't have to worry about him being on my floor, but he still worries me. I think something is very wrong with him emotionally or mentally, and not just because of the way he's acted towards me, just in general. I don't want anything to happen to myself or anyone else, and I think I should do something about it. Looking back on that night, I would say his behavior and the things he said were very rapey, and that the people who think if I want something I should take it no matter what are at a higher risk to sexually assault someone.
So this happened around a year ago. I was living in a large city in the UK, around a mile from the center. Although the area I lived in was nice, the city itself had a lot of crime. A teenage girl actually got stabbed to death on her way to school on a bus near my flat not long ago. I had just finished my university class and was waiting at the bus stop, and I'm helping a woman locate her bus on the timetable, and as I'm helping her, my bus pulls up and drives away. Just great. A man must have seen the whole thing happen because he comes over to me and says something along the lines of, "Tough luck, that's annoying." And I reply, "Yeah, typical," or something like that. Normal small talk, trying to be polite to him. Shortly after, the next bus comes along. I get on, and so does the man that I was just talking to, which I found weird as he could have gotten the earlier bus I missed. Whatever. I don't really think much of it, and I put my earphones in and continue on the 20-minute journey home. I get off the bus at a normal stop, and I'm walking along when suddenly I feel someone grab my shoulder. I flinch and instinctively push the hand away and look behind me. It's the man from before. I take my headphones out and he says, "Hey, beautiful, you got a man?" My defenses immediately go up, as I'm sure any girl living in a city will understand. I start walking and he follows me. Yeah, sorry. I'm pretty bewildered at this point. I have experienced creepers before, but not someone physically grabbing me. Nah, you're just saying that. I can tell you are lying. Come on, beautiful. Can I have your number? Me. No, I have a boyfriend. I actually wasn't lying. I did have a boyfriend. He continues asking over and over and over again, getting angrier and angrier at me. No, sorry. At this point, I start walking really fast, almost jogging. He's still following me. It's about a 5-minute walk to my flat, and he followed me the whole way back. I honestly think at this point I'm going to get attacked, stabbed, I don't know what. I have never been in this situation before, probably due to the fact I'm a 5'11" girl. Even though I only weigh 130 pounds, I have been told I look intimidating due to my height. So I get to my flat and he's followed me all the way to the doors. Luckily I get in and I shut the fucking door before he follows me and goes up to my flat. Around 30 minutes later, I go out to the balcony and look down and he's still there. Contemplate calling the police, but instead I call for the concierge and they go out and I can hear them threatening to call the police if he doesn't leave. Thankfully he does. I spent the rest of my months living there worried he was going to show up, and luckily he did not. My stomach turned recently when I heard on the news that not 5 minutes from where I used to live, and this all took place, a girl was walking home late at night and she got raped. She flagged a car down for help and got raped again by a different guy. I can't imagine the horror this poor girl went through. To any girls reading this, honestly, look into getting self-defense classes or something, especially if you live in a city. I'd really love to have karate chopped the guy in the dick, but seriously, I was lucky, and it could have ended a lot worse. I have no idea what this guy's intentions were. I don't know if he just wanted my number or if he had something more sinister in mind. Be wary with who you speak. I find with men harassing women in the street, if you completely ignore them, more often than not they will stop. If they don't, or they are getting physical, a loud noise will startle them, so you can run away. Invest in a rape alarm. Also, don't feel like you have to answer a person who is talking to you just to be polite in a situation like this. You don't owe them politeness. Your safety is more important. So this happened when I was 9 years old during the summer. I grew up living with my parents and younger sisters, and our house was situated on a cul-de-sac. At the end of our cul-de-sac, there were a row of hedges with an opening at either end that led out to a huge field that had a tennis court, a playground, and a long pathway. This is relevant for later. Everybody that lived on our cul-de-sac knew each other pretty well. There were also a few kids my age, so I spent most of my free time playing outside on the grass with them. It's also worth noting that it was absolutely forbidden for any of us to venture out beyond the hedges without an adult, because our parents would not be able to see us from their houses. So one late afternoon, there were 5 of us sat on the grass chatting. It was pretty rare for someone that didn't live on the cul-de-sac to pass through, so it caught my eye when I saw a man making his way hurriedly along the pathway closest to my house. He had a scowl on his face and stared directly at us the entire time he was walking past. There was just complete silence between us until we walked through the hedge opening.
and I could tell by the other kids' faces they too felt uneasy about him. We then immediately asked each other if anybody knew or had seen him before. None of us had. It was quickly forgotten about, and soon enough, each of our mothers had called us in for dinner. Around 10 minutes after we had finished dinner, I was in the kitchen helping my mom with the dishes. Our kitchen had a large window that faced out onto the grass outside, so I was taken aback when the same guy walked past again, in the same hurried manner, with the same scowl, this time staring directly into our kitchen. He had walked past. I gasped and told my mom that weird man was staring at us earlier. She looked up at him walking past, but didn't see anything until he immediately walked past in the opposite direction, again staring at us as he walked past. I yelled, "Mom!" and pointed straight at him. She saw him and ushered me out of the kitchen, saying something along the lines of, "Don't be silly. He's probably looking for someone." I went upstairs to get washed and ready for bed, the entire time feeling a bit freaked out by him. From then onward, I started spotting him at least weekly standing outside our local places, such as the post office, our local convenience store, etc. Each time I saw him, he was alone and not really ever doing much, just standing and looking around. I was always in my mom's car when I saw him, so I just ducked and kept out of his vision whenever I saw him. There were no more direct encounters, so I figured he was probably new to the area, and over time my nervousness of him lessened. Fast forward to winter. I was at school and playing on the playground during our lunch break. Towards the top end of the playground was a padlocked gate that was about 8 feet tall and about 4 feet wide. It was rarely ever used, so it caught my attention when my vision raced past the gate and I caught a shadow standing there. I did a double take, and it was the man. He was pressed right up against the gate with both hands leveled, with his head gripping the bars, staring straight at me. I freaked the hell out and started screaming and hysterically crying and made a run for it into the school building. One of the lunchtime supervisors, who also happened to live with her kids on our cul-de-sac, saw what had happened and took me straight into the nurse's office. The head teacher, along with a few other teachers, were called into the room and asked what had happened. I was too panicked to say anything outside of, "The man is out there." So the playground supervisor neighbor took over and explained to them. She said she had spotted him a few times on our cul-de-sac and had a bad feeling about him and had told her kids not to talk to him. The teacher went to another room to look at the footage of the security camera placed on the side gate. After a while, they came back to the nurse's office and decided to call my parents and the police. The decision was made for my parents to pick me up from school early so the police can come to our house and take a statement, and because I was a hyperventilating wreck. On the car journey home, my mom told me that the teachers had said the camera footage showed him standing at the gate and then sprinting away, which they figured was because I started screaming and crying. She said it was a good thing because I scared him away, but I was bright for my age, and I knew she was saying that only to comfort me. We meet the 2 police officers at our house, one female officer, one male officer. They are very friendly and make me feel at ease. Whilst they are asking me all of the relevant questions, they then asked me to describe what he looked like. But being so young, I could only say that he was white, tall, with short brown hair. They pressed for more information, such as tattoos The only thing that come to mind that he looked like Dan Sullivan from EastEnders. This was met with instant laughter from both police officers and my parents, with the female officer commenting, "Wow, he must be quite good looking." As soon as she said this, my heart sank. After a while, the police had wrapped up the statement and told us to notify them to any more occurrences with this man. I was grateful for their help, but I could not help but feel like I wasn't being taken seriously by the adults. After this, I stopped seeing the guy around town, and the kids on our cul-de-sac say they don't see him either. Life goes on, and gradually, I regained the confidence to play outside again, both with friends and by myself. A year and a half later, I'm 11 years old, and it's the summertime. My parents had gone away on holiday, so my grandma and my aunt were staying at our house, looking after me and my younger sisters for the week. They were a lot more lenient than my parents and would let us play out for longer. And they even let me play over at the tennis court beyond the hedges. It was around 6 p.m. and was still light out, and I was racing my bike up and down the long path situated in the middle of the large field. I had completely worn myself out, and I was on the part of the path where it forks off near the tennis court, so I just sat on my bike for a while trying to catch my breath, while watching a group of people further down on the field playing cricket. Next thing I know, I hear somebody quietly but loud enough for me to hear it say, "Hey." I looked around, and I could not see anybody close enough that I would have been able to hear. I then hear a whistle, which leads my eyes directly over to an alleyway sandwiched between the hedgerow and the tennis court, and I recognize it to be the man from when I was younger. The sheer shock of seeing him again completely froze me up. I could not move. He steps out of the alleyway with one hand over his crotch area. He then uses the same hand to gesture me to come over, and it's then that I see the top button of his pants and his fly undone. I accept the very worst is most probably about to happen, and I instantly go into panic mode. I know that I need to get to safety ASAP, and I figured out my options. The first option is to head straight down the field to the group of people playing cricket, but I don't know these people, and I don't know if I can rely on them to keep me safe from this man. My second option is to ride my bike as fast as I can down the path past the tennis court, around the corner, and into my cul-de-sac. However, the man is in the alleyway, and if he ran through it, he would easily beat me to the hedge opening to block my way, or catch me if he wanted. I started pedaling like a madman and decided to head to my cul-de-sac. As I turn the corner, I see that he isn't at the end of the alleyway yet, so I bomb it through the hedge opening. I hear him running and saying, "Just come here." So I race down the pathway and make it to my house. The entire time I'm shouting for my grandma and aunt, and the kids playing out on the grass, figuring something is up, and ask what is wrong. I ditch my bike outside my house, go inside and lock the door, and I find my aunt in the kitchen. She's panicked and asked me what's wrong. So I explain everything as fast as I could and say we need to call the police. The next thing I know, I hear the kids outside yelling and screaming, "Go away," and calling for their parents. We look outside the kitchen window, and the man is walking past our house, looking at me dead in my eyes, completely undeterred by the commotion outside and my aunt standing next to me. He walks out of our line of vision, out of the cul-de-sac and down the road. My aunt tells me to quickly come with her in her car to follow him, so she can at least see if she can follow him to where he lives. I get in the car, and sit in the passenger footwell, out of sight. After about 4 minutes of driving, she brakes and asks, "Is that him?" I poke my head up. We are literally outside of one of my best friend's houses. He's standing at an old beaten-up telephone booth that hasn't worked all the time I've known it to be there. He's holding the phone to his ear, but it isn't saying or doing anything. To his right are 3 girls, a little older than I am, sat on a bench chatting away. Oblivious to the man stood silently at a public telephone that doesn't work. My aunt parks her car and says she's going to sit and watch and make sure the girls are okay, and tells me to stay down. After no longer than a minute, my aunt says these girls are getting up, so I poke my head up again, and I see them go on their way. Suddenly the man literally just drops the phone and turns around on the spot to face the girls. Before he can even take a step out of the telephone booth, my aunt starts honking her horn and opening her door to yell at him to go away and leave the girls alone. I see him completely freak out and make a break for it up an alleyway, with which has 2 exits. The girls turn around and try to figure out what's going on, but my aunt pulls away and was headed over to one of the alleyway exits. My aunt tells me to get her phone from her bag to call the police. We get to exit number 1, but he is nowhere to be seen, so we head to exit number 2. Meanwhile, the policewoman on the phone says she is sending for a patrol car to the area and another to our house, so we can give a statement. We get to exit number 2, and again we can't find him anywhere. We decide to head home to meet the police, where I give another statement. The police officers sent this time around take me much more seriously, and after the statement was given, they said they will also spend some time driving around the immediate area looking for the guy. From then on, I did not see the man at all, and nor did my friend. We did not ever receive any type of update from the police, so I never knew what came of the investigation. The situation ended up with me being super protective and paranoid over my younger sisters whenever they were playing outside unsupervised. And I worried that if they were caught up in the same situation, they might not have been as lucky as I am. So scary, weird guy, let's not ever meet again. 15 years ago, I had the misfortune of meeting Dave. I was new to riding the bus, and when my first day came, I hopped on and took a seat towards the front. I didn't happen to know anyone on the route and sat by myself with headphones in, rocking some now classic Good Charlotte. Back then, I didn't get much attention from the opposite sex, but I could feel eyes burning into the back of my head. I turned a couple of times to look behind me, and that's when I saw Dave. He had light eyes, brown curly hair, and quickly looked away every time I caught him staring. This went on for about a week before he finally said something to me. He told me I had nice hair, and he liked my band t-shirts. He asked right off the bat if I would be his girlfriend. I said absolutely not. I did not even know him, and his creepy staring made me so uncomfortable. He brushed past my quick no and told me there was a newly instituted hug toll that needed to be paid before getting on and off of the bus. I stared at him as he blocked the center aisle and gave him a half-hearted, one-armed hug. I know. Why would you hug the guy when you felt like he was a creep? Well, I had pointed him out to a few people in school, and everyone I talked to said that he was the nicest person they had ever met, and just a bit of an odd duck. Back then, I was worried about hurting everyone's feelings or being seen as rude, so I went with it. I have brothers on the spectrum. Maybe he was too. Next thing I know, Dave had joined my photography classes. My after-school programs, I saw him around every corner, and in every hallway of the school, he started popping up from behind things to try and hug and tickle me. Meanwhile, everyone just kept going with the chorus of, "He's a super sweet guy," and just an odd duck bullshit. When I found out he was telling people I was his girlfriend, I knew I needed to put my foot down. It was around this time I became unwilling to pay the hug toll and feed his delusions. That's when things really took a turn. Suddenly, anonymous notes were popping up in my locker. Most of the notes said always and nothing else. Some had longer declarations of love, but the always ones got me the most. The simplicity of the message gave me chills. Always. I knew it. I knew it had to be Dave. My suspicions were confirmed when pictures of me began showing up along with the notes. The pictures were all taken from a slight distance and clearly without my knowledge. They were black and white and developed on the same type of paper we used in photo class. I knew it had to be Dave. Who else would be doing this? I finally got scared one Saturday afternoon. As I was watching TV in my bed, I heard Dave's voice next to my bedroom window. He said he watched me walk home one day to see where I lived and wanted to stop by for a visit. He said he knew I wouldn't let him in, so he just figured he'd just stop by my window to talk. How he knew which window was mine was a thought that chilled me even more. The way this was escalating, I knew I needed to get an adult involved. My mom thought I was exaggerating. He was just young and infatuated and hormonal, according to her. She acknowledged the notes and the pictures as weird, but nothing other than some serious infatuation. So I went to an instructor at the school I knew and laid it all out on the table. Mr. K had also had Dave as a student and noticed some of his quirks and obsessive behavior and didn't doubt my story for a moment. He spoke to Dave's guidance counselor, and they both sat down with Dave, and I assumed told him he was making me uncomfortable and to stop. This pissed Dave right off. He stormed up to me in the lobby of the school with a glass rose in his hand and threw it at the wall behind me. It shattered, and he screamed in my face about how I had broken his heart, just like the rose. A few teachers broke up the situation. A few days later, he dropped out of school, and I went 8 years without seeing Dave. 8 years later, I was craving some mac and cheese, as one does, and hit up a popular spot in town to grab some to go. I looked behind the counter, and there's Dave. I had no idea he was working there and debated leaving for a moment. I decided to stay in line to get my food. High school was so long ago. I hadn't heard from him since that day in the lobby. Surely this guy could not still have this obsession with me. It was a huge relief when another register opened and a young woman could take my order. I wondered if maybe he was even mortified and didn't want to interact with me and had her open. Wrong again. He seemed to take my visit to his work as a sign that I was ready to love him. At least, that's what I've been told since. I got a friend request from him that night and immediately deleted the request. A few nights later, I'm getting home and walking across the street when I see that someone is standing on the side of my house, opposite the door, in the shadows. I haul ass into the house, lock everything, and watch. It's so dark out. But I turn on the lamppost out front and hope to God I was just imagining things. Then I see him. He slinks from the side of the house, trying to stay in the shadows, and runs across the street and towards the house he grew up in. Unfortunately for him, I saw his stupid curly brown hair. I called the police and reported this, but of course, there wasn't much they could do. There was no proof he hadn't approached me or tried to get in. It couldn't be proven it was him. They did agree to keep someone on lookout in the area, and I saw police patrolling more than usual the following nights. Eventually the police patrol died down, and that's when the late night knocking began. I could hear it softly on windows and occasionally on the door, but never dared to answer or get close enough to look. It wasn't every night, maybe 2 or 3 nights a week. The police never seemed to be close enough in the area when it happened to catch him. A couple of weeks after the knocking began, I received an envelope wedged into my screen door. It was full of the creepy, candid pictures from high school, and another note that said always. I had enough and didn't know what to do. I went out to my car to drive everything down to the police. I don't care if I couldn't prove it was him. I just wanted to have some official record of what was happening to me. That's when I saw the word always carved into my back bumper. I lost it, breaking down in heavy sobs as I drove to the police station. Again, all they could do was take a report. But I decided on another course of action. In my rage, I took a picture of the police station sign and of the report being filed. I sent them to Dave over Facebook Messenger. I told him to leave me the hell alone, that the police were involved and he didn't want to ruin his life this way. He simply responded, "You're right," and disappeared. I have since heard he stalked a widow shortly after her husband had died, pounding on her windows and doors, trying to break in, until she screamed out of a top window that she was calling the police. I can only begin to imagine how she felt trying to grieve her husband and deal with Dave's obsessive ways. You may now find yourself wondering if the mac and cheese was worth it. The answer is no. Dave, let's not meet again.
This story I have wanted to tell for a long time. Yes, it is very long. It is as long as it needs to be to say what I need to say. This took place between 1995 and 2002. Everyone has had a bad friend or two. I had especially a bad friend. If it hadn't happened to me, I would have never known that this strange mental disorder was real, or that people could behave this way outside of Lifetime Channel movies. I grew up in northern Indiana. I went to a large high school in the mid-90s, and my senior year I met another student named Hannah, who had recently transferred from the main local Catholic high school in the area. That was unusual to transition so late from private to public school. Hannah said she had been expelled because of a fight with another student over some drama about a boy. She said the other girl had made allegations against her and accused her of attacking her. Whatever had happened, the police had been contacted, and she had a restraining order placed on her by the other girl. It had forced her expulsion, and that was how I came to meet her. Hannah said none of it was true. She said she never tried to hurt the girl. Later, when I went to college in Indiana, she went to college in Florida. One day, a friend of mine from the dorms ran into a guy she had known from Catholic school back in her hometown. Once he left, she told me about this incident that had happened to him where these two girls were fighting over him about which one of them was his girlfriend. Neither one of them was dating him, and yet both of these girls thought that they were in a secret relationship with him. The whole thing had been very strange. Then she said one of them was a girl named Hannah. The next summer, I was back in my hometown, and Hannah was also. I hung out with her casually. I told her what I had heard about her. She said she would tell me what really happened. She had a crush on this boy, but she had seen him talk to another student named Julie, and she became jealous. She said she was convinced that this boy, Mike, wanted to be her boyfriend. She was so sure Julie must have said something bad about her. Hannah said Julie was popular and pretty and a cheerleader, and she hated everything about her. So she decided she would try to see if she could push her to commit suicide. Hannah said it did not work, but that she had a nervous breakdown. I asked her what she had done. We went back to Hannah's house. Up in her bedroom, she pulled something out from the back of her closet. It was a set of books. One was a book on how to use dirty tricks to get revenge on people, and one was a book with a cartoon character on the front pulling their hair out. And it said, in big, bold letters, gaslighting. I know it's a common phrase now, but back in 1995, I'd never heard of it. I asked Hannah what the book was about, and she said it was about how to drive someone crazy. She said it was simple. You just make them believe things aren't really true, or that things they think are real never happened. She told me what she really did to Julie a couple of years back in high school. She said she pretended to be friends with her. She got her phone number. Then she had started making these anonymous calls to her. This would have been way before cell phones were common. She had a friend from her church who had a crush on her, and she would trade sexual favors with him in exchange for him pretending to be Mike on the phone. He would get a blowjob for every time he did this for Hannah. Fake Mike would tell Julie not to talk in school so that they could keep things private. Hannah would put notes in her locker and sign Mike's name to them. Fake Mike would make plans to meet Julie at the mall or the movies and then never show up. It sounds very stupid, but they would have been 14 or 15-year-old girls when this happened. Hannah said she had done something really embarrassing, but that it had worked. She had a mixtape, and she would whisper nasty little phrases like, "You want to die," or "You should kill yourself," between songs, and had played it in her bedroom when Julie was over. Obviously, she commented on it, and Hannah sat there with a straight face and said she didn't hear anything and had no idea what she was talking about. She had set it up with her brother earlier and had asked him to help her play a prank on her friend. He came into her bedroom and said he couldn't hear anything and turned around and told Julie that she must be crazy and that she must be hearing things. Julie's parents decided to confront this boy and his family about his behavior towards their daughter. He had no idea what was going on because her parents had confronted this boy about something he was never doing. Julie had been publicly humiliated at her high school, and everyone was talking about how crazy she was. Hannah loved every bit of it until Julie's parents got their phone bill and decided to give it a good look. Mike had not been calling their house, but somebody had been. They had numerous anonymous phone calls. They checked it out and found out they were all coming from Hannah's home phone number. Julie confronted Hannah about it at school, and that is when something violent happened between the two of them in the stairwell. Julie said Hannah had started screaming at her that Mike was her secret boyfriend. Hannah was very angry about that. She said Julie made that part up to try to get back at her and embarrass her for what she had done. She said Julie was exaggerating about what happened in the stairwell and it had been an accident. She said she never tried to push her over the railing. She had merely bumped into her. Hannah wasn't embarrassed about it. She was proud of it. The only thing that upset her was that she had been caught. But she said that most of the people at her Catholic school still thought that Julie was crazy, so she considered it something of a victory. Hannah didn't have anything to say in her defense, just that when she liked a boy, she would do anything to be with him. That summer, Hannah started dating a guy named Derek. Every time I saw her, she told me tales about their wild and crazy sex life and how much he was in love with her. Hannah said it was a secret affair and that they were sneaking around behind his girlfriend's back. He saw him once at a party, and he screamed at Hannah to stay away from him and leave him and his girlfriend alone. Someone had been making strange, anonymous phone calls to him and his girlfriend. He paid to have the number traced back and found out it was Hannah. Hannah admitted that she had been trying to break them up because he was taking too long to do it himself, but that she had overplayed it, and now he was angry and had broken things off with her. She was depressed after Derek, so I took her out to the bar. Hannah started flirting with this much older guy in his 40s who was sitting by himself. She had recently purchased a cell phone. This would have been in 1996 or 1997 when they were still kind of new and novel. The next thing I knew, she has this phone out, and I thought she was giving this old guy her phone number. Instead, he asked her what she wanted him to say. She typed a phone number in, handed the guy her phone, and he made disgusting comments to whoever answered about how he was having sex with this guy's girlfriend and commenting on what a whore she was. He hung up the phone and started laughing and handed the phone back to Hannah. Hannah gave him a $20 bill, and she said that the girl was a bitch and deserved it for stealing her boyfriend. She was paying complete strangers to anonymously call people she hated on her cell phone and to recite some prearranged script to spread rumors about them. I ran into a mutual friend later in the summer and mentioned that Derek had broken things off with Hannah. She gave me a very funny look and said that maybe there had never been any relationship to break off. A year later, we were both temporarily living back with our parents and sort of adrift. Hannah had been kicked out of her dorm over an accusation made by another student and never completed her degree. She had started hanging out with some old friends from high school. One of those former high school friends was a young woman named Kelly, who Hannah had been pretty good friends with. Something had happened between the two of them because Hannah went on and on about how much she hated her. It had something to do with Kelly's new boyfriend, Dan. Hannah insisted she was using him in some bizarre plot to make another man jealous and was worried that she would hurt him because she had found out about an STD that she had. I drove by her house one night and there were 2 police cars out front. I went home and called her and she said she couldn't talk. I went over and saw her the next day. I thought that their house had been robbed or something. No, the police had been there to talk to her about an incident that had been reported. Hannah was upset. She said that she had to tell the police that she had smoked marijuana and had gotten high because Kelly had made an accusation against her. Hannah said it was an accident and a misunderstanding. Hannah swore she hadn't been trying to hurt her. The day after Hannah told me about how she hated Kelly, apparently she had called her up and said she wanted to talk to her about something. She had another friend show up, and the 3 of them had gone out to some local overlook to smoke a joint. The other girl waited down below for the 2 of them to talk privately. Hannah had asked Kelly to look at something, and when she turned her back, Kelly said Hannah grabbed her and tried to push her off the ledge. They were about 100 feet up in the air, and she would have most likely have been killed. Kelly said that they fought back and forth. She regained her balance and took off screaming about how Hannah had tried to kill her. Hannah said it was all a misunderstanding. It was an accident. She had been trying to show her something, but then she had lost her balance because she was high from the marijuana and had grabbed Kelly to stabilize herself, not push her off the edge. She said Kelly had almost fallen off because she had hysterically overreacted. Kelly had been very upset and insisted that Hannah had done it on purpose, and she said that it was because she was jealous over her relationship with Dan. She said it was obvious to everyone that Hannah was obsessed with him. What Kelly had not done, however, was tell the police that they had smoked a joint right before this happened, and when Hannah did, the police said that they didn't have enough evidence for any kind of case. They weren't happy with Kelly for omitting that part of the account. That was it for Hannah and most of her high school friends, or at least for a couple of years. Kelly stuck to her version of what happened and her friends sided with her. People began talking about the strange rumors that had followed Hannah around since high school. I thought it was suspicious, but I couldn't bring myself to believe that she tried to kill another woman.
I thought that sort of thing only happened in the movies, not small towns in Indiana. I did not, however, want to be friends with her. She was an embarrassment to be around. She had almost no friends left in town at that point. She called me up to tell me she had decided she needed a change and she was going to propose a different career and move to Minneapolis to make that happen. She moved in 1998, and I honestly thought I would never see her again. I wish that I hadn't. She called me a year and a half later. She said she was doing really well and that the move had been good for her. She said she had made friends and she met a boy and was completely in love. She said that this guy she was going to marry, his name was Dan, and she told me that he was the guy that had gotten her interested in punk rock and heroin. I kind of paused when she said that. I wasn't any kind of angel in my 20s, but never even dabbed in hard stuff like that, and it didn't sound very good. Hannah insisted it wasn't a habit. She said it was amazing and easy to control as long as you were careful. There was a complete change in lifestyle and scene. Before this, she had been some kind of hippie chick, but that was all gone now. At that point, her life revolved around hair, punk rock, heroin, and Dan. She wanted to come back for a visit. We went to the mall, and she stopped at a kiosk and said she wanted to buy a cell phone. She lived 8 hours away in a completely different state with a completely different area code. We got into a small argument about it. Back in 2000, cell phones were purchased and billed from your local area code, and you paid through the nose if you were roaming. Hannah said to just drop it because she had done her research and it would be fine. She bought the phone and listed her boyfriend Dan as the main user on the registration. She left and I had noticed that she had left her curling iron behind, and I thought I would surprise her by calling her new cell phone. She had set it up at my house and I got the number from caller ID. No one picked up. Instead it went to an answering machine for Dan, the same Dan that had been dating Kelly years earlier, the same Dan that Hannah had been accused of being obsessed with. There was no doubt about it. I hung up and wondered why she had lied to me about who her boyfriend really was. A couple of minutes later, Hannah called me back on her original cell phone. She played it off as a coincidence that I had just called that other number. She said that she had ran into Dan in her hometown and his friends, and he had lost his cell phone, so Hannah had done him a favor and given him the new one she had just purchased. I said how strange it was that she would buy a phone for her boyfriend Dan, only to run into someone else with the same name and give it away instead. Dan's real name is very common, probably one of the most common names for men in my generation, and Hannah joked about how many different people she knew with the same exact name. A couple of months later, she called. She wanted to visit again in the summer. No matter what she said about being in control of the heroin use, it was very obvious that it had become a full-fledged habit. Things had taken a turn in her life. Her boyfriend Dan had moved to Chicago. Hannah said that he was still in love with her and that they were still together, but that something had happened with his ex-girlfriend and they were taking a break and only seeing one another privately. Hannah said he was trying to protect her. According to Hannah, his ex-girlfriend had refused to accept their breakup and had been stalking Dan for months. It was one of the reasons he had moved. She had taken an overdose of heroin and had tried to commit suicide when she found out that Hannah and Dan were together. That was the reason that they had decided that they had to keep their relationship secret. This was why Hannah was really in town. He was going to be coming later to join her, and they had set up a get-together. I wanted to meet him, but Hannah said he wouldn't act like her boyfriend when other people were around. I started to question her. She got angry and said she wouldn't let me meet him because I wouldn't understand their relationship. We got into a fight. I ordered her out of my house and made it clear that I wanted nothing to do with her. Her mother called about a year later. She said that Hannah was living with them in Atlanta because something very bad had happened in Minneapolis. Hannah didn't have any friends left. Her mother straight up begged me
to please forgive so she could have someone to talk to. She said Hannah had spent 3 months in rehab and was off of the heroin, but emotionally not doing well. She said she had to make a trip back to Minneapolis to take care of some things and pick up some of her stuff. Her mother was worried that being back there and around her old friends would trigger her to want to use again. She said it was very important that Hannah not relapse. If she did, the consequences would be severe. She wanted me to go with her. I said I would. Hannah wouldn't tell me what happened. She just said that someone had almost died and it had been an accident, but it had still been her fault. She drove into town to pick me up for our trip to Minneapolis, but we said we had to stop somewhere first. We went to the old bar downtown that we used to hang out in when she lived in town. She said she had to meet someone. Some young woman walked in with Hannah, walked over to her and hugged her, and started crying. She was apologizing all over the place and kept telling her she needed her to realize that it had been an accident. The woman said she forgave her, but that her life had been difficult since what happened, and she could not have anything to do with Hannah anymore and could no longer be friends with her. Hannah asked if she had ever spoken to her ex-boyfriend and had a chance to work things out with him. She said no. He was mad at her, and he refused to talk to her. Hannah said he had a new cell phone and she gave her the number just in case she changed her mind and wanted to get a hold of him. She left. I was sitting there totally confused by what I had just witnessed. I was really uncomfortable with what I had heard. I asked Hannah if the ex-boyfriend she was talking about was hometown Dan. She said no, someone else that I had never met. Hannah said her and Dan had broken up because he was still using heroin, and she said it was so painful that when we got to Minneapolis to please not bring him up. She said her friends knew not to mention him around her, and she asked me not to also. We got to Minneapolis, and the young woman we were staying with turned out to be one of Hannah's former roommates. That was when I found out what had really happened and what Hannah had been refusing to talk about. It turned out that the girl from the bar had been the other roommate, the one that had almost died because of something that Hannah did. We settled in, and Hannah said that she could explain what happened a year ago. That was the first time I realized that this had happened much longer in the past than I thought. The former roommate said that she was happy that Hannah was clean, but she needed her to explain why she had tried to kill the other girl. Those were her words. She wasn't calling it an accident. She said she was there, she saw it, and Hannah had done that to her on purpose, and she wanted to know why. This is what she described. Hannah had a friend from Indiana that had broken up with her boyfriend Dan after Hannah had told her that she found out he was cheating on her and had gotten another woman pregnant. Hannah invited her to live with her up in Minneapolis to get away from him and start over. She had no idea that Hannah was a heroin user. She did not like Minneapolis. She had experienced a run of bad luck the couple of weeks she had been there, and even though Hannah kept trying to convince her to stick it out to see if she would like it, she had decided she was going to leave and go back home. She had regretted her breakup with Dan. She wanted to talk to him and see if they could work through it. They had been together for almost 2 years. She worried because she had lost touch with him. Hannah had been able to track down his phone number for her through some mutual friends, but no matter how many times she called or how much she begged, he refused to answer her calls or call her back when she left messages. She was upset and told Hannah that she was going to stop by his apartment to see him on her way back to Indiana. She was supposed to be leaving within a day. Hannah kept insisting that she would like heroin if she just tried a little bit of it, and had been pursuing her very hard to join in with everyone else. The roommate was angry about that. She said Hannah knew she was scared and didn't even want to try it. Hannah had promised her that she would be safe and promised her that it would be a small dose. Hannah said she knew what she was doing. She gave in. Hannah bought the heroin, and she bought a lot more than normal, which she said was for a party later. She prepared the needles and said she just used a small amount. Instead, she had used all of that she had bought, which turned out to be way more than was necessary to kill all of them. Hannah had given the girl the injection, and she slumped over immediately and stopped breathing. Hannah had then moved on to the other roommate and told her everything was fine in the other room and that she was enjoying herself. She tried to convince her to take her dose, but she wanted to check on the other girl first. Hannah walked over and had an imaginary conversation with the young woman who was completely unconscious and tried to convince the other roommate that she was fine. She went to check on herself and immediately saw she wasn't even breathing. Panicked and started screaming at Hannah about why she was lying. She ran for the phone. Hannah ran after her. She dialed 911. Hannah grabbed the phone and hung it up. They called back, and she said that it had been a mistake and that they were fine. Hannah wouldn't let her near the phone and kept trying to tell her that she was being hysterical and everything was okay. Hannah tried to pin her down and force the needle on her, and she fought back and ran out of the apartment and down the hall to the neighbors. They called 911. When the paramedics got there, the girl was clinically dead. They worked on her and got her heartbeat and transferred her to the local hospital in a comatose state. She lived, but for a while it wasn't clear if she would pull through. Hannah told the police she didn't know why she had done it. After talking with a lawyer, she said it was because of heroin psychosis and that she had been temporarily insane at the time. She agreed to a long-term rehab stay and a year of drug testing and probation. After that, the charges against her were dropped. That had been the reason it was so important Hannah did not relapse. She would have been looking at prison time. Hannah said it had been a strange temporary hallucination that had caused her behavior, and that she never meant to hurt her, and the whole thing had been an accident and a misunderstanding, the same excuse she always used. I am going to spell this out, since the morons who work for the Minneapolis Police Department were too stupid to realize this 20 years ago. Hannah was obsessed with this girl's boyfriend, Dan. She had been obsessed with him for years. She had developed a detailed and deranged fantasy that the two of them were in a secret relationship together because she was a peculiar and somewhat rare psychiatric condition called erotomania, or de Clerambault's syndrome. She believed that this young woman was standing in the way of their romance, and so she ingratiated herself to her and pretended to be her friend so that she would find a way to get close enough to her to get her out of the way. She successfully managed to spread rumors and interfere in their relationship enough that the two of them broke up, and then Hannah invited this young woman to Minneapolis to isolate her from other friends and control what information she had access to. This was the year 2000. We didn't have text message or Facebook back then for keeping in touch with people. She lulled her into a false sense of friendship and security so she could manipulate her and get close to her enough to hurt her. When she realized she was still in love with Dan and wanted to talk to him, Hannah realized that she would eventually find out that the rumors she had been told were not true, that Hannah was the source. She purchased a cell phone in Indiana and made a recording of Dan's answering machine message so that she could impersonate him on the phone so the young woman would believe she was in contact with him. She never knew that Dan never received the message. Hannah was using that to spy on her. When she said she was going to go back home and show up and see if Dan would talk to her in person, Hannah knew that meant she would find out she had given her a fake number and that she had gone to extreme lengths to prevent her from speaking to him, and it would have been obvious why. She tried to talk her into trying heroin because she planned on killing her and the other roommate, because that would have been a good way to make it appear to be an accident. Hannah was about to have her obsessions with Dan, her delusional belief about him, and her bizarre mental disorder exposed, and she knew that. She knew for at least a day or more before the incident, which is why it was clear that her actions were premeditated, because her motive was All of this would have been remarkably easy to figure out if the police had contacted Dan and if they had taken a look at Hannah's phone records. Phone harassment has always been her favorite hobby. Instead, they just treated it like the other 999 overdoses that they have to respond to every month and gave Hannah the old rehab or prison option. Since her family could afford a lawyer and a 3-month rehab stay, that was the option she took. The police never investigated her for anything, never contacted Dan, quote unquote, at the center of this, and never took any serious look into her background. It wasn't an accident. It was an attempted murder, and a pretty easy one to prove at that. Instead, the police totally dropped the ball, and because of their incompetence, she was allowed to completely get away with it. By the way, just in case any idiots who work for the Minneapolis Police Department ever read this, there is no statute of limitation on first-degree attempted murder. At the time, I didn't know any of this. I was trying to act as a support system for a former friend who was suicidal on the cuffs of a heroin relapse. I was suspicious, but any time I asked Hannah questions, she just said it was too painful to talk about, or would guilt trip me about not respecting her boundaries or some shit. She swore to me that this young woman had never been in any relationship with the Dan from our hometown that she had known years earlier. I had returned to Indiana and Hannah returned to her parents in Atlanta, and I didn't talk to her for a while. She called later and wanted to visit her old hometown again. Once again, I let her fucking stay with me. We ran into Dan. He had moved to Chicago, but just happened to be back in town that weekend. I hadn't seen him in years. Hannah had contacted him to get together. She spent the whole afternoon trying to pull him aside to talk to him, but insisted he made it clear that he had only shown up because he wanted to see me. He had broken up with Kelly years earlier, but I thought he had a long-term girlfriend since then. Dan said she had left him a year ago and had just disappeared. He had called her repeatedly, but she had completely cut him off. He was so nice to me. He was handsome. He was a lot of fun to be around, and he asked me out. We had made plans to meet up the next day. I saw him at a bar, and he turned around and walked out the door and wouldn't even look at me. I was upset and confused. Hannah was super sympathetic. She apologized for not telling me what he was like and said he had this weird thing with lying to girls and playing with their emotions by pretending to like them. It wasn't like I'd never been lied to by a boy before, but this felt strange. A week later, my student loan came through, and I decided to go back to college and finish my degree. I moved a couple of hours away. The first person that called me was Hannah. Once again, she wanted to come visit me. She insisted that she had gone out and got me. Surprise! And she needed to give it to me in person. She said she had something really important to talk to me about, and she said it would sound weird, but she asked me to promise her that I wouldn't tell anyone she was coming to see me. I humored her. She showed up to my apartment, and when she walked in, the first thing she asked me was if I told anyone she would be there. At first I said no. She said that she had something for me and reached into her purse. She paused and said that she just wanted to make sure that no one knew she was there. I was frustrated, and I kind of offhand said that no one besides my mom and my best friend. Hannah got furious. She was angry that I had told her anyone would be there and refused to show me what she had brought as a surprise for me. She went and locked it in her glove compartment because she said that she didn't want me to snoop into her stuff. She kept saying that she wanted to talk to me about something, but the time wasn't right. She decided to go home a day early. Then one day, a couple of weeks later, out of the blue, she just showed up on my doorstep one evening. I was on the phone with my best friend, who, by the way, went to the same Catholic high school as Hannah, and while not close friends with her, knew who she was. I was talking to her when I saw Hannah walk up to my front door. It was an 8-hour drive from Atlanta to Indiana. I got up and opened the door, and I still had the phone up to my ear. When I opened it, Hannah had her head down, and she had one hand inside her purse. I said her name,
and she looked up at me and pulled something purple from her purse. She saw I was on the phone and swiveled around and put whatever she had been holding in her hand back in her bag. She was acting very strange, and she was shaking, and I was worried. I asked her to come inside. At that point, I was convinced that she was back on heroin, and that had been the secret she had been trying to talk to me about for months. She said that she was upset about a boy and needed to talk to me. She said she had something that she wanted to show me, and she reached into her purse and pulled out a handgun. It was a purple and black revolver, and I realized from the color that it was what she pulled from her purse when I had first answered the door. She said that she had been checking to make sure the safety was on, and I was lucky that she hadn't accidentally shot me because I had startled her. She said the gun was because she was back on heroin and scared of the part of town she had to go to in order to buy it. I didn't know it back then, but revolvers didn't have safeties. She told me about a musician in Atlanta that she had met, and she was frustrated because he had a girlfriend, and she hadn't been able to find a way to get him to pay attention to her. She wanted me to tell her what I had done to Dan, so she could use it on this guy. She told me he was still talking about me months later, and she wanted to know why he was still interested even though we hadn't talked since the previous summer. From my point of view, he wasn't. He had ghosted me months earlier. Hannah kept insisting that I must have done something to him. It was like she was implying that I had hypnotized him or something ludicrous, and she wanted me to tell her. I clearly explained that I hadn't done anything, and he had ignored me, and then never returned to my phone calls after I tried calling him. She cried and drank a couple of hours, and then turned around and drove 8 hours back to Atlanta in the middle of the night. Just for the record, Hannah was the one who gave me Dan's phone number. After this, something strange seemed to get into motion. I got on a phone call from an anonymous number, and when I answered it, it was Hannah, who said someone wanted to talk to me, and she flipped me over to a three-way call with someone. It was Dan's roommate and best friend in Chicago, and he started screaming at me, asking me why I was playing games with Dan and messing with him. He said he was going out of his mind, and I needed to call him back and stop whatever it was that I had been doing to him. I told him I didn't know what he was talking about. Dan had never called me, and I had tried to call him, and then when we were disconnected, then another anonymous call that was really Hannah, with another three-way call, and another group of boys who started yelling at me and telling me that they would kill me for what I had done to Dan. Then another disconnected line before I could ask them what they were talking about. Then I called Hannah to find out what the hell was going on. It was the craziest and most disturbing conversation I have ever had with another person. At first, she just kept saying I had hurt Dan and could never ever talk to him again and have any contact with him. None of it made any sense, since this was about a guy that had refused to return my phone calls and had ignored me for months. Hannah started getting very upset and kept saying that I knew what I had done. I just wouldn't admit it. She said that Dan hated me and had never wanted anything to do with me, but I was doing things to him to make him say that and pretend that he liked me instead of her. I had no idea what the hell was going on. She said that Dan was her secret boyfriend and that he was always in love with her and had been in love with her for years. She said that the two of them had been together since they were teenagers and that I knew it, but I was pretending not to. I asked her how she could have been his girlfriend when I knew of other girls he had dated. She started screaming that those weren't real relationships. He was only pretending to like them. When he talked about them, he was really talking about her, but other people kept doing things to him so that he wouldn't tell her directly how he felt. But she knew. She insisted that he found ways to let her know that he was really talking about her. She said that all of his friends respected their privacy, which was why they would play along with when he pretended he was dating other people. She kept insisting that he was in love with her and no one else.
She said she was sick of people pretending to be her friend and then stabbing her in the back by going after her boyfriend. She said she would not put up with anyone coming between them, and she would not let anyone hurt him. I realized that she wasn't making any sense and that she was totally psychotic. I told her to never contact me again, and I hung up. All I could think about was how she pulled a gun out of her purse the last time she had shown up at my apartment by surprise. She had given a fatal overdose of heroin to another woman and had been accused by another of luring them to a ledge and trying to push her off. The one thing we all had in common was Dan. I called the number I had for Dan. It was disconnected. I thought about that weird situation with the cell phone she had purchased a couple of years earlier. I found out the old number in my address book and called it, except this time it wasn't Dan's voice on the answering machine. It was mine. The psycho bitch had made a recording of my voicemail and had put it on a cell phone that she owned, and once I discovered that pretty much everything fell very clear into place, that was what happened to that girl in Minneapolis, and that was why Dan spent the last several months thinking he was contacting me. There was no relationship with Dan. It was all in Hannah's head, and she was frantically trying to keep other women away from him to protect her fantasy from imploding. Hannah was psychotic. It was a mental disorder called erotomania, and it was the fixed delusional belief that another person is secretly in love with you. Not everyone who has it will be violent, but some people are. In some cases, other people are used in strange psychotic dramas and vicious smear campaigns that are aimed at trying to rearrange reality so that it conforms with the delusions inside of their head. The people that are perceived as standing in their way can be victims of extreme violence. Hannah showed up the next day at my apartment screaming at me to let her in. I would not, and I was getting ready to call the police when she started crying and saying that Dan had killed himself, and then she walked away, and that was the last time I ever saw her. I spoke to my parents, who told me that I had received several phone calls to their house from people letting them know the same thing. I changed my phone number to keep her from contacting me. I contacted the police in Indiana, who said if she showed up again that they could arrest her for felony intimidation, but not for anything she had done months earlier. I contacted the police in Minneapolis, but I knew very little information, only Hannah's name, not where or when it happened. I asked repeatedly to please be allowed to speak to someone, but the woman on the phone said that they weren't interested in talking to me. I moved so she wouldn't know where I lived. I cut myself off from anyone from my hometown who I thought might know her, so nothing could ever get back to her about where I lived. The last I heard from her, she was stalking some new guy down in Atlanta. I would have been more than happy to meet the bitch in a courtroom, but unfortunately the law is nothing like you see on TV. So unless I ever have the privilege of sitting in on her sentencing hearing, Hannah from Indiana, let's not meet again.
So this happened when I was around 11 or 12. I was in year 7 at school, and back then I was pretty chatty and naive. I had spent a lot of time in the library. Books are magical, and I'd spend a break time here and there picking out something new. This is how we met. I don't remember much about what was said. He was in year 10 or 11, so he must have been around 15 or 16. He was very tall and slightly awkward, but seemed nice enough. I can't even tell you what he talked about, as I'm 22 now, and we never really talked much. I started seeing him more and more around school. At first it was fairly friendly, but weird. Then I started seeing him staring at me when he thought I wasn't looking, following me around at break times and around the school. There was a youth club at my local community center where kids could hang out with their friends. I would go every Saturday with my friends, and we would play table tennis, eat sweets, play Pokemon Pearl and just talk. One day he shows up. He doesn't talk to me, just watches. He would be hiding around corners and behind half walls so he could listen to my voice and my conversations. He would turn up alone and stay there till the end, always watching me. I became scared of going to the toilets in case he grabbed me or something. My friends knew, and they found it creepy and funny. The people running the club did ask him to leave once, likely because he was constantly staring at a group of preteen girls. But I guess they couldn't do much, as you paid £1 to get in. I eventually got more and more paranoid, wondering where he was going to be next. He never approached me anymore, just watching constantly. I told my family, and they couldn't take it seriously and just laughed. In the end, I took it into my own hands. I got my friend to dare me to go in with black lipstick. I used eyeliner and turned up looking like the Joker had eaten licorice. My stalker's face was a picture. He came over with a friend he made whilst he was stalking me, and they both teased me on how weird I was for about 5 minutes. Subsequently, he said he didn't like me anymore. This was the first conversation I had with him in months. After that, he stopped appearing. I wore black lipstick for years. To my old high school stalker. I may have stopped dressing like an emo goth now, but please, let's not meet again. Around first grade, I had become friends with this kid named Stan. He was a couple of years older than I was, but he had a sister that was my age, who I was also friends with. I also had a wicked crush on their oldest brother, James. I lost contact with all three around middle school. Of course, when Facebook happened, I began getting in touch with people I'd gone to school with. It was a moderately sized kindergarten through 8th grade school, so you were basically with the exact same group of kids through each grade. This makes for some pretty strong bonds, I believe, because there's a lot of us who keep in contact after moving on to high school for a little while before drifting apart. Because of this, I was always really excited when I got back in touch with those people. However, not all of these connections have been positive. I got a friend request from Stan one day, under a different name. The messages were the typical, "How's it going? What have you been up to?" etc. Then he started sending messages that were about my looks. They weren't obscene, but they did make me a bit uncomfortable. He started pushing to meet me. I can't explain it, but I just had a really off feeling about him, so I would kind of avoid making any kind of plans. He continued to be pushy about things, and finally, I just stopped responding to his messages. I should also mention here that when I first accepted Stan's friend request, he literally went through every single one of my pictures and liked them. That should have been my first clue, but I just let it go. Then I started getting messages from friends and even some family members asking about him. Stan was going through and basically sending everyone friend requests. By this point, I'm like, what the hell? This is weird. But things got really nuts when my cousin informed me that Stan had not only tried to friend her, he'd also sent a message asking all sorts of questions about such things as I liked or places I liked to go. My cousin was concerned that I was sending those kind of messages to other people who might actually tell him what he wanted to know. I debated sending Stan a message telling him to back the hell off, but decided to just block him and change all of my Facebook settings to make it as private as I possibly could. I also sent out a mass message to every one of my friends and family informing them of the situation and to kindly not give out any of my personal information. I'd been friends with James, but ended up blocking him as well, just to prevent Stan from getting access to anything. Things got quiet for about a week, then the friend requests from random accounts started coming in. Some did not have pictures, some had random images. They were accompanied by messages that made it clear they were all from Stan. Full of skeevy comments on my looks and how he wanted to hook up. That's putting it mildly. Every day I had an account that needed to be blocked. I contacted Facebook about the situation, though that did not really offer any kind of help. It finally came to a stop when I threatened Stan with police intervention. The peace lasted for about 10 years. Then I got a friend request from a girl I'd also gone to school with named Kelsey. We talked pretty frequently both online and over the phone. She wanted us to hang out, so we talked about that some, but then she started bringing it up more frequently, persistently. I started to get that weird feeling again that something wasn't quite right. Then came the bombshell. Kelsey and Stan were dating. We'd all been in the same classes, so the fact that they knew each other wasn't strange, but for them to be dating? I confronted Kelsey about it and blocked her, but because we'd talked on the phone, they had my phone number. Of course, both began calling and texting crazy things non-stop. I finally had to get my number changed. It's been over 10 years since all of this, and I haven't heard from Stan once. Kelsey did try to friend me recently with a different account, and I looked through her Facebook shows. She's married to another man and no evidence of Stan. I'm not taking any chances though, so she's been blocked.
When I was 19, I was a venture scout, sort of like Boy Scouts, only for older kids, and it's gender mixed. I decided to go to this week-long mixed scouting camping trip with a friend of mine, but a few days before going, my friends from Venture Scouts bailed, so I'd be going into the mountains alone with a bunch of strangers, which was no big deal for me. I can handle myself. When I got there, I was the only Venture Scout, and the only girl. It was a little awkward, but most of the Boy Scouts were pretty nice and easy to get along with. Although they weren't used to camping with a girl, they happily accepted me as just one of the guys. But there was this one guy, Danny. From the first day of camp, he wouldn't take his eyes off of me. He just stared at me. It was a little uncomfortable, yeah, but I figured he was just socially inept with girls or something, and tried to pay him no mind. The next day, while we were hiking, we all split off into pairs, and it turned out I was paired with Danny. He looked a little too excited about the idea of hiking with me alone. His eyes always seemed a little too wide, a bit crazed looking, but he was a small guy, spindly, unkempt hair, and a little shorter than I was at 5'7". I figured I'd be able to take him on in a fight if I needed to, if he tried anything, so I didn't raise a fuss about it. Before setting out to hike, he kept asking me if I needed help putting on my sunscreen. Even though I kept declining, he kept pushing the question and trying to put the sunscreen on me until one of the guys told him to cut it out. While we were hiking together, he kept probing me. "How old are you?" he'd ask. 19, almost 20, I'd reply. "Oh, don't lie. You must be 14 or something."
You're so innocent. Young, innocent girls are always the cutest.
He kept asking innocent enough questions like where I lived, if I had siblings, what my favorite color was, but then he'd started asking me if I ever heard of BDSM. I was taken aback by this and was more than a little uncomfortable, so I pretended not to know what he was talking about, all while trying to give as many cues as possible for him to drop the subject. But then he started going on about what BDSM was, about tying girls up, about hitting them and burning them. At this point, I was freaking out a little bit, but keeping my cool. I didn't want to show him my distress, any chinks in my armor, as I knew he'd probably get off making me squirm. The only thought I could think of was, what the hell? Seriously, what the hell? As I kept my eyes fixed to the path ahead of me. Then he started complimenting my skin.
You don't see a lot of girls with pale skin. Do you use moisturizer?
He had asked, attempting to touch my hand, but I kept my arm close to me, held fast to my backpack. I was incredibly tense, and every muscle in my body was screaming. I sorely regretted wearing a tank top, as I could feel his eyes on me. He started telling me how my pale skin is beautiful, since you can see the rope burns and the bruises better. The way he said it sent chills down my spine, and the anxious knots forming in my stomach grew tighter. He asked me if I was a virgin. Then he asked me if I fantasized about rape, and if I'd like to try out rape play. Wide-eyed in disbelief, I turned my gaze away from the dirt path and looked at him. He was smiling, a creepy, childish sort of smile that was just chilling. I kept silent and quickened my pace. He felt too close, far too close. I wanted to run. He could probably see the fear in me at this point. There was no hiding it. But then I saw that another pair of scouts were ahead of us. I ran to them, telling them that the four of us should group up and go together. At first they declined, saying that we were supposed to be going in groups of two, but upon seeing how panicked and distressed I was, the two guys changed their mind, looking confusedly at Danny, who was silently glaring at me. I was just glad someone else other than Danny was there. The four of us went up to the mountain and tried to keep close to the other two boys and as far from Danny as possible. Upon reaching the end of the trail and regrouping with the others, the two Boy Scouts offered to switch partners to descend the mountain path. Danny looked downright upset, angry even. He looked at me as if I had betrayed him or something, but I didn't care if it pissed him off or not. I accepted the offer of switching partners and was able to get back to the camp in relative peace. On the way down, the Boy Scout I was with asked me if Danny was bothering me or something, but I lied and said he wasn't bothering me too much. After all, I was 19. I thought it would be pathetic to get so distressed about some weird 15-year-old kid. I figured that so long as I stuck with the other guys, I'd be fine. But then that night, I was alone in my tent. Everyone else got to sleep in pairs of 2 or 3, but since I was the only girl, I had to be alone in my tent. It's always a little creepy being alone and isolated in the forest, away from everyone else. The scoutmasters insisted my tent be far away from the boys' tents so that they wouldn't bother me. But it only put me in a more vulnerable, isolated position. I sorely wished I'd been closer to the protection of the rest of the group. Late that night, I heard rustling outside. I figured it was just a deer or an elk or something, as it usually was, and went back to sleep. But then I heard my tent opening. Opening my eyes, I peeked through the crack in my sleeping bag to see what it is, and there I saw the white of an eye looking at me, looking through the opening of my small tent. It was Danny, staring at me. I froze, holding my breath. I held my dad's hunting knife close to me, hiding in my sleeping bag, not moving a muscle, staring Danny down, pretending to be asleep, ready to fight at any moment, should he take one step into my tent. But he didn't do anything. He just stared, watching me,
breathing heavily and muttering incoherently to himself. "Are you there?" I thought I could hear him say. Eventually, after what felt like an hour, he left. The next morning, exhausted, I caught naps when I could and kept close to the other scouts in my group. It was difficult to maintain my calm and cool composure. Scout leaders were a little frustrated with me, since it seemed like I wasn't paying much attention to their instructions, but at this point, I didn't much care for it. I was always on some level of alert, as Danny would sometimes creep up behind me and caress my neck or play with and try to smell my hair, and every night Danny was there, watching. One night, he went digging through my backpack, looking for something, but unfortunately for him, I kept all my clothes and personals tucked away with me in my sleeping bag and left with nothing. I grew up in a rough situation and circumstances, so I always felt I can only really rely on myself. Asking for help was never an option as a kid. Asking for help meant you were weak, so it hardly even occurred to me. I was prepared to tough it out the rest of the week, but a little over halfway through the week, Danny was called away by the scoutmasters and sent home. I got the feeling that the Boy Scout that helped me before saw what he was doing and sent in a complaint about him to the staff, as while everyone else was confused and happily saying bye, he just crossed his arms firmly and stared as Danny left. Danny looked so bewildered and confused by all of it, like he didn't understand what he did to deserve being kicked out of camp. It was so strange. I tried my best to forget about it. The rest of the week went on without a hitch, but the more I think back on it, the more I realize how damn freaky and bizarre that kid really was. I fear he may end up being some kind of serial rapist or something when he grows up, but all I know for certain is that he was very disturbed. I'm just glad my dad told me, although knives weren't allowed at this camp, to take this hunting knife with me. My father insisted I keep it for protection, and I did not regret it. Let me give some background information. I'm 18 and living in Dagenham. It's a quite busy area, so there is normally a lot of people around. This particular night, me and my friend, I'll call him Jim, were on our way to camp out at the local park. You were never allowed in there past 10 p.m., so we would have to hide from the park police. The park we were staying at was always busy up until about 9 p.m., then it turns into a ghost field. Anyway, the story we had set out for the park at about 8:30, so by the time we got there, there wouldn't be anyone to grass us up. We arrived, and everything went according to plan. We had the tent, snacks, portable DVD player, Pokemon Go at the ready. It was perfect. 10 p.m. came, and we had the park police shutting down the gates. They're quite loud, so it's always easy to hear the gates creak. Once we were sure the police left, we decided to whip out our phones and play some Pokemon Go. There was a Pokestop in the park, and I had to lure a module to use. We had been playing for about half an hour when we heard a loud bang come from the gate, like someone had run into it. Dagenham is known for its drunks, so we shook it off as nothing. To cut the long story short, we went back to the tent, watched a couple of action films, and went to sleep. Not even an hour into sleep, and I woke up with a horrible sense of dread, like someone was watching me. All my senses were heightened. Something wasn't right. I hear some crunching coming from behind the tent. I thought it must have been a fox until I heard it, or should I say, them, speak. I managed to make out the words, "They're gonna hear us. Keep your damn mouth shut." I quietly but violently shook Jim to wake him up and told him what I had heard. I needed to make sure I wasn't crazy, so I made him listen. While listening, his face turned white. The fear spread across his face. He grabbed my hand and whispered, "We need to make a run for it. Just trust me." I did not hesitate. We're quite athletic people, so running isn't a problem. We slowly unzipped the tent
and with one big breath made a mad dash for the gate. We were pounding footsteps and heavy breathing behind us as a guy shouted in a horrible, musky voice, "Oi, slow down! We just want to play with you!" And both the guys started laughing madly. Like, seriously, it was a messed up fucking laugh. We made it to the fence and leapt over it with ease. The rest was just a mad dash to my house, which was only around the corner. We made it back, slammed the door, ran up to my room, and peeked out of the bedroom window. We saw both guys split past my house, both holding something metallic. It was hard to see what it was, since it was pitch black due to the street lamp being out. Go figure. At that moment, I turned to Jim and asked why he looked so terrified back in the tent. He then went on to explain what he had heard the guys say. "You grab the small one, and the large one's mine. The bigger they are, the bigger the challenge." That terrified me. We went back to the tent the next morning and found all of our stuff destroyed. The tent was smashed, the portable DVD player was snapped in half, and all of our food was thrown all over the place. We never told anyone. I think we were too proud to say we ran away. All I know is that I'm never going camping again. So, I'm a 26-year-old male, and I've been planning on a camping trip with my wife and dad a whole year. I wanted everything to be perfect, as we don't get away from town and dive deep into the woods as much as I'd like to. This takes place in the very dense Davy Crockett National Forest in East Texas. Earlier that day, my dad decided to go a little early and pick up a good spot for us to camp. To give a layout of where we camped, there are 2 dirt roads on either side of us and an overlook to the north of us. We camped in the middle between the 2 roads. My wife and I arrived, and my dad met down there around 11 a.m. We set up camp and proceeded to enjoy the day until around dinner time. When we started to cook our meal for the evening, right as we got done with dinner, we see this truck circling around our campsite. He went around several times and finally pulled right up into our camp and got out of his truck. He then proceeded to tell us that this is my family's campsite, and how the firewood that was laying around was his. Now, in this particular forest, campsites are first come, first served, and my dad had been there since 9 a.m. He then asked, "Can I camp next to you guys?" And of course, being friendly, we said yes. We didn't know that when he said next to us, he meant directly on top of us. He packed his camper in so close to our tents and vehicles that he blocked my truck in. We weren't sure why he was doing this, being that there were so many other campsites available, but we just shrugged it off and tried to have a good time anyway. Not long after that, we noticed a white Dodge dually circling around us. We had an off feeling from this truck because it went around several times, but we dismissed it because the area we were at was popular due to overlook. After a long night of drinking and goofing off, we decided to go to bed. I was in a dead sleep when out of the woods I wake up to a blood-curdling scream. I jolt up and ask my wife, "What the hell was that?" About 30 seconds later, we hear another scream in the distance. At this point, I grab my gun and unzip the tent so we could see out. My dad had left a lantern burning so we could see a little ways into our campsite. At that moment, we see a white Dodge dually tearing down the road behind us. They continued down the road until they were out of sight. We heard them stop and get out of their truck, slamming the door and screaming. Then they proceeded to get back in their truck and drive away very slowly down the other road that was in front of our campsite. At this point, we were so terrified, thinking that they were coming to rob us, but they kept driving until they were out of sight. Then we heard them shooting. After the gunshots ended, they sped off. At this point, we thought that maybe they were just drunk and acting stupid, so we decided to call the cops. but we didn't have any signal. We just tried to get back to sleep. The next day, we had to make a beer run for my dad. When we made it out of the camping area and hit the main highway, there were police everywhere. They had stopped 2 young boys. We assumed they were the ones who were being troublemakers the night before and continued on our way into town. When we got back to our campsite, the cops were leaving after talking to my dad. They told my dad that the guys in the white dually had gone into the young guys' camp while they were hunting and were robbing them. The boys walked up on their camp being robbed, and the dually guys pulled guns on the young boys, proceeding to rob the young boys at gunpoint. We think if it hadn't been for the people that camped right on top of us, as strange as it is, they would have robbed us instead. They made our campsite look bigger than it actually was. The people in the white dually were never caught.